Mola. Jason out of Kent, Washington. Thanks for coming down, Jason. Long way down from Division 6 in the Calais. And Gamble out of Dickinson, Texas, just not far. It appears Walter may be leaking a little fluid out there, so we're going to send Jason on a single. Love the Calais. And Jason stops the clock's 10:41. Excuse me, 10:42 at 126. And we'll be down for a moment as we get the left side starting line area cleaned up. Walter, a little bit of fluid leakage there, so give us a moment and we will get things situated and back underway. Again, Super Gas should be in the lanes. Beautiful day, beautiful morning, Houston Raceway Park. We are thankful for each of you being here this weekend with us. We know yesterday was challenging, but today is beautiful. As our friends used to say, Lynn Nickerson and many others, at the Chamber of Commerce type day. Burnout's underway. We are back to racing. JB Clegg, one of our sponsors for our complimentary category for Clegg Industries, is 73 Firebird for Channa and Judy, and the Warboard Racing Team, John. And Gary Emmons, part of that big fleet of Lucas Oil cars. Gary, 8-time Division 4 champion. He's also Carter's dad. For Lucas Oil Products, Hoosier Racing Tires, VP Racing Fuels. Beautiful. 69 Camaro. Oh, carries the wheels about 90 feet out. Beautiful, nice and straight. JB pulling the gears. 9:59, picks up a little bit. Attention to pitch. We need top dragster to the lanes, please. Tom Thorpe Trucking, top dragster to the lanes, please, for your final qualifying session. Top dragster, come on down to the lanes, please. Emmons, 10-12. Next pair, Brett Candies. David Seidlow. Candies, 9:37. 10:07 for David. Candies moves up to number 4. Sideload number 7 in the final qualifying order. Paul Candies and Lloyd Wolford. Lloyd, the Engines Inc. owner-operator, Jonesboro, Arkansas. The Everyday Chef, sponsored machine. I want to thank them for their support of the Junior Dragster category here in 2023. The EverydayChef.net and Paul Candies, the Drag Pack. PB, the Candies Family Racing. $9.68 for Paul. Lloyd, $9.95. He picks up a bunch. As Coffee Craig Gutierrez coming to life. Left side of the racetrack is Cavalier. And Keaton Mahi. Third generation racer. Second year in Superstock. Student out of Frisco, Texas. Second year college student. Watched Keaton grow up in the junior dragster category and do quite well, and he's loving the super stocker. Family has a lot of history in super stock and in comp. 923 for Keaton, 938 for Craig. As our starter, Rusty, sees something on that racetrack he just doesn't like. He's going to go down and check it out. Safety is of top concern and of priority for us. So Mahi, great run, 923. David Janik. Jeff Franklin waiting patiently. Rusty heads down to take a look at things. Once again, we need Tom Thorpe Trucking Top Dragster. Presented by Strange Engineering. To the lanes, please. Top Dragster. Final qualifier. To the lanes, please. Super Gas, you should be there. Track is ready to go and clear, and we are going to fire up Jeff Franklin and Dave Janik. David Janik, 868. Jeff Franklin, 972. Jeff Miller. And Hunter Peridola. Jeff's Camaro, one of the cars that'll go way up on the back bumper. Ride those wheelie bars down the racetrack, or it has in the past. Looks like we are just about to wrap up with Super Stock. Super Gas, you'll be out next. Top Dragster, Tom Thorpe Trucking, Top Dragster. To the lanes, please. $975 for Hunter. $980 for Jeffrey. Shane Blackman and Will Hale. Will out of Pioneer, Louisiana, the loan officer. Chevrolet Z28 Camaro. And Shane Blackman, Leander, Texas, the day trader in the Calais. Gray, 002 light there for Shane. Shane stops the clocks, 10:31. Buck 26. Will Hill, 10:72 at 122. Corey Mahi, Keaton's dad, in the Achieva. Hagen Gary, 2000 Firebird, little 6-cylinder, little Pontiac. Problems for Corey. $12.36 for Hagen. Corey pre-staged. And something going wrong with the Achieva and could not get in the final stage beam, and they are Ken is down there shaking his head, not sure what's going on. Hopefully they can get it fixed for round one later on this afternoon. Michael Bryant, the MB Trucking entry out of New Orleans, and Harvey Emmons. 2005 Cavalier, one of the, again, those Lucas Oil entries. There's a whole bunch of those here this weekend. Lucas Oil, Hoosier Tire. Mike Bryant, the truck driver. Once again, need Tom Thorpe Trucking, top dragster to the lanes, please. Top dragster. Big wheels up there for the Cavalier. Mike Bryant. Pulling up alongside in the Camaro. Stops the timers, 9:03. Big improvement there for Michael. And Emmons, 9:45.5. Last night, 9:45.3. Jerry Emmons, James Cairo. Emmons in the Camaro. Out of Pasadena. Cairo out of Homa. The Everyday Chef.net, Engines Inc. Challenger. Oh, yeah. $987 for James, $1034 for Emmons. Walt Walker and Monty Bogan. Monty out of Boiling Springs, South Carolina. That's a cool name for a town. Next time I talk to Monty, I want to ask, how did the town get the name Boiling Springs? I got an idea, but I need to quite hear it from him to make sure it's on point. There goes Monty. There goes Walt. There goes a pair of Camaros. $896 for Monty. And $1052 for Walt. It's like super gas coming under the tower. Pair pre-staging, pair in the burnout box, and it is going to be super gas time. Brandon Bakey's and Alvy Merrill. Alvy, April. They got a whole bunch of race cards. Owner of the 405 Performance Products out of Oklahoma City. Alvey. And Brandon. Bakey's going to get there at 9:52. 138. 10:18 for Alvey. Picks up a 10th of a second from last night's run. Your final pair. Stanfield Racing Engine Superstock. Second final qualifier. Next time we see this category will be round one eliminations. Jimmy Hidalgo, the champ, and David Latino. Two racers out of Donaldsonville, Louisiana. And two racers who know their way to the final round. So we wrap things up here. Q2. 992 for David, 996 for Jimmy. And Super Gas is coming to the ready line. Little track maintenance going to take place. We have called Tom Thorpe Trucking top dragster for your final qualifier. Looks like most of you are in the lanes, or at least making your way to the lanes. We do want to thank Tom Thorpe Trucking and Strange Engineering for coming on board. For our top dragster category, the Houston Chief Fireworks Super Gas final time trial session coming to us in just a couple of moments. A beautiful day here at Houston Raceway. As we buckle in for a long day of racing here at the track. Moser Engineering has been racing across 5 decades through 3 generations of racers and is proud to have been supporting the sportsman racers since the beginning with a 2-day turnaround. Everything we make, from axles, rear end, suspension, and brakes, are made here in the good old USA with one goal in mind, so you can win. Custom-made axles and rears without the wait. Check us out online at moserengineering.com or call and talk to with our knowledgeable and friendly staff at 260-726-6689. The best quality and the best support, only Moser Engineering. Here we go, Super Gas. First pair, final time trial session. Houston Chief Fireworks Super Gas, Derek Thibodeau. Jim Rod Capiello. Jim Rod. Been coming to this racetrack since it opened and made a many lap down this racetrack. Talking to him yesterday in the lanes, and he said, you know what, I'm going to go out there. I'm going to enjoy every pass down this racetrack and be thankful. the friendships, relationships made over the years. Very well said for many of us here this week, and that's going to be kind of the basis. We're just thankful to be here. Blessed to have this facility. Jim Rod and Derek. Big mile an hour for Jim Rod. Check it out. Top in 999 at 174 miles an hour. 989 for Derek at 148. Corvette's a pair. Brittany Roach, Grand Prairie, Texas. 82 model Corvette. Jim Caudell, the 69 model red Corvette. $981 for Brittany. $989 for Jim. Keith Purvis, Zach Eckert. 88 Mustang for Zach out of McKinney, Texas. Keith Purvis. Firebird out of Pasadena. $987 for Keith. $977 for Zach. Terry Pollard and Jerry Pollard. No relation. The Pollard Racing Corvette Roadster. See Terry, and you see Robin over there watching. The Mustang here for Jerry out of Alvin, Texas. The machinist by trade. As we look for $990. These racers get things dialed in for first round of eliminations in just a little bit. $996 for Pollard, $164. $993 for Jerry at $144. Steve Collier and Travis Salter. The Manpower Vega. The Salter Racing Camaro. Travis and Shelby live just across the street. They've called this place home for a long, long time. 006, 009. And $994. $994 9 for Salter. $994 9 for Collier. And Travis Salter, 006 Light. He's ready for round one. Clint Parker, Austin Hickey. Our Corvette Roadsters seeming to be a popular choice in the super gas category. $992 for Clint Parker. Austin Hickey slows 10-11 and 155. Adams going, wait, what just happened? Scooter Wilkins and Jimmy Pollard. Chevy 2 for Scooter. Jimmy and the Mustang. $985 for the Chevy 2 of Scooter Wilkins. $987 for Jimmy Pollard. Austin Williams, the Ortec entry out of Waxahachie. And John Liebem. John typically runs the Milk Wagon Camaro in Super Street, but he chose in 2023 to say, I'm going super gas racing. Again, a a car, a driver, a family that has called Houston Raceway home. The torque tool salesman, Dad Danny, Mom Debbie, fiance Tessa, $991 for John, $987 for Austin. Burnouts complete for Mike Cobb and Chris Harrelson. Final call for Tom Thorpe Trucking, top dragster. Full-bodied Camaro for Mike Cobb. You used to see Mike run some top sportsmen. 005's a pair. Drivers getting honed in for eliminations coming up later on today. $999 for Harrelson, $990 with a 7 for Mike Cobb. That's a good run. Colin Becker, Shannon Brinkley. Shannon for Roof Tech. $999 for Shannon, $984 for Colin. $167. Van Arnold. Craig Conaway. The Monte Carlo. Red Monte Carlo, right side of the racetrack in Deer Park, Texas. Van Arnold out of Houston, the property manager. Ten flat, 167 for Van, 975 for Craig. Beautiful. Chevrolet Camaro, William Young. Met his son Wyatt, junior dragster racing over the years, and this is a really cool hot rod out of Pearland, Texas. John Wright alongside the mechanic. $991 for John Wright, $994, $150 for William Young. Chris Best. His dad BJ alongside Dennis Clark, Dayton, Texas. For Dennis and for Penny. His Chevy too. Clark is slowing. That's Chris Best, $994, $155. Buddy Wood, Lyle Owens. Lyle out of Waco, the HVAC technician, and Buddy Wood out of Sulphur. The Wood Tucker Racing. See Karen watching. $993 for Buddy Wood at 171. Attention, we need competition eliminator. Presented by Roof Tech to the lanes, please. Comp eliminator, final qualifier to the lanes, please. David Owens, 10 flat, 162. Once again, need comp. Brought to you by Roof Tech. Final qualifier to the lanes, please. Jazzy J. Big red light, $9.89. Problems for Roger Warren. And Roger's going to coast slowly to a 24-second lap. Two more away patiently. Tim Miller and Mike Peavy. Mike, Alvin, Texas, the sales manager. A former winner here at this event. Few more pair to wrap up our final time shot for Super Gas. Tom Thorpe Trucking Top Dragster. You will follow. And we have also called our final qualifying session for comp. To the lanes, please. $997 for Mike Peavy, $979 for Tim Miller. Joey Cram, Love the Vega. And Billy Atkinson, 2000 model Chevrolet Camaro. Cram, a great 005 reaction time. Vegas, cool. About 990 with a 3 for Billy. How about 10:01 for Joe? Next pair. John Salter. Former winner. Then a Bell Rose a few weeks back. Jerry DeBusk. The Probe. The Gas Blender. Many-time winner, runner-up, divisionally and nationally. $978 for Salter. $997 for Jerry. Mitch Withers out of Pratt, Kansas. The Central Truck entry. And Peter Gehan, the home builder out of Dallas, Texas. The Team PD, Super Gas and Super Comp team. 008 for Mitch, 018 for Pete. Mitch loves the Corvettes. About 990 with a 5 for Mitch Withers. 987 top speed thus far. Super gas, not 175. Jim Rod, you better, I don't know, you're down about a mile an hour out there. See if we can pick it up a little bit. 2 pair yet. Top dragster under the tower. Charlie Stewart. And Jordan DeWald. You talk about a cool race car. How about a race truck? The 37 model truck. Jordan, her dad Mark built this race car. She formerly got married to Austin. Had a little baby. Here she is racing. And Charlie Stewart there. Charlie Stewart race cars. Fabricator. Chassis builder. Out of Angel, Texas. $991 for Charlie, $986 for Jordan. Final pair of Houston Chief Fireworks Super Gas. Time trial session. Final qualifier of top dragster. Already being fired up. We have called comp. Presented by Roof Tech to the lanes, please, for your final qualifying session. Florentino Martin and Dale Hall. Well, 987 for Dale. Lower laps time for Florentino, 905. And that does it for Houston Chief Fireworks Super Gas. Tom Thorpe Trucking top dragster coming to us now, and I'm going to step aside and let the voice take back over and take us through.
Thank you, Joey. I really appreciate you stepping in to give me a break right there. Appreciate everything you do for all the racers as well, my man. So, final qualifying, Tom Thorpe Transport's top dragster coming at you. First car down, or first pair down, going to be Frank Eckert, left side, Mike Burns, right side. As I mentioned earlier when Top Sportsman came up, in Top Dragster, you cannot run quicker than 6:10. From 6 flat to 6:099, it is treated as a breakout, and you will go to the bottom of the qualifying sheet unless you've already made a run slower than 6:099. If you go quicker than 6 seconds, you are disqualified for the weekend. Ross Larice, number 1 right now, went 6:10 with a 2 yesterday, so there's a 2 thou window if you want to be number 1. Frank Eckert, 666, 212. Mike Burns, 625.5, 221. He will stand on his earlier 625.3. And David Johns and Mark Jones, your next two. Mark Jones, the top dragster champion here last year at the final running of the NHRA Spring Nationals. For Mickey Thompson Tires, Lajnop Landscapes. Them boys from Nollins, currently occupying the number 13 spot, went 639.3 yesterday. David Johns holding down the number 9 spot, 626.1 was his run during the first qualifying session yesterday afternoon. Mark Jones, 19 on the tree. David Johns takes his foot out of it. 6:33.6 for Mark Jones. He's going to get a little bit of help. But he will remain in the number 12 spot. Brian Sandlin, David Bills, your next pair. A couple of naturally aspirated machines. That's Brian. And that's David. Brian's car's been having an issue with rattling the tires. Says he's an on-site daycare manager. Love that our HRP bracket racers have a sense of humor. Multiple-time winner in various categories, David Bills. Trying to become king of the mountain in back-to-back events. Hoisted the Wally at the end of the Bell Rose Divisional last month. Brian's car rattles the tires again. He goes 703, 190, 695, 191 for David Bills. Slight improvement for David. As Mike Weaver, Michael Kyle make their way into the water box. Looks like Rusty's going to go take a look at the racetrack real quick before send anybody else down there. If you were just joining us out here at Houston Raceway Park or on the live stream at NHRA.tv or the YouTube page, on behalf of Lucas Oil and the NHRA, we want to welcome you to Houston Raceway Park, the final NHRA divisional ever to take place at this historic facility. We appreciate everyone being here with us, whether that be in person or online. We look forward to fantastic day of racing, safe racing on the track, and good times in the pits. We appreciate everyone being here with us. And due to the weather in the area tomorrow, forecast not looking so good, we're going to run this event to completion tonight. So once qualifying is done, we're going to roll straight into first round of eliminations. We should have our first three pairs of comp eliminator final qualifying in the lanes. If you are not there, you are late. First three pairs of comp should be in the staging lanes. And we need the rest of comp eliminator back behind them. Comp eliminator, you should be headed to the lanes if you are not already there. Looks like a lot of you guys are stacked at the back of the lanes getting paired up. Mike Weaver still having problems with the car. Shuts it off just past 300 feet. Michael Kyle, big time improvement. Goes 625, 220 miles an hour. Moves up to the number 8 spot. Mike Weaver will stand on his earlier 10 flat from yesterday. So he's kind of going to be flying blind in first round later on today. Crystal Peterson, Chance Bullock, your next pair. Crystal, the supercharged car on the Summit side. Currently number 12, went 6:33.5 yesterday. Spent some time talking with Crystal and Ashley's dad, Chris, last night. Chris had himself a street rod, but decided to give that up and sell it, buy their first junior dragster. It's kind of blossomed from there. And now they're running top dragster in Super Comp. Chance Bullock, former HRP track champion and division finals runner-up. Over the right-hand side, nitrous car for Chance. .627, 218, Crystal Peterson. That's going to give her some help. 646 at 208 for Chance Bullock. Crystal goes to the number 11 spot. Chance moves up to number 15. David Dale left, Rick Carroll right. Pair of centrifugally supercharged machines coming at you next. .648, 214, Rick Carroll. 621, 226, David Dale. David goes to the 8 spot. Rick Carroll goes to the number 16 spot. Ray Goodman and Scott Cascio need you in the lanes immediately. Ray Goodman and Scott Cascio need you in the lanes immediately. Nick Smith left side. Taking on D. Cruz in the Super Cruise Missile. Screw blown car out of Alvin, Texas. 240 miles an hour yesterday out of that machine. Currently sitting number 5 with a 615. Nick Smith, 001 on the tree. How about D. Cruz, 6'11", 241 miles an hour. Nick goes 667, 197. That's an improvement for him. He's number 17. D. Cruz moves all the way up to the number 2 spot. As Jessica Ogden and Jim Thorpe going to be your next pair. Jim left side. Same paint job you see on his Top Sportsman car. And just like the Top Sportsman car, that is not a wrap. That is paint, and it is painted on the interior to match the exterior of the car. Centrifugally supercharged machine out of Mertzen, Texas. Owner and operator of Tom Thorpe Transports, a sponsor of D4 Top Dragster competition, and Jessica Ogden. Naturally aspirated machine. Jessica is 16 on the tree. Jim Thorpe goes 6:11.4, 229 miles an hour. Jessica goes 6:98 at 188. Jim goes to number 2. Jessica goes to the number 19 spot. Attention the pits. Last and final call for Comp Eliminator. If you are not there, you are late. We need you immediately. Comp Eliminator, last and final call. Need you in the lanes immediately. Darian Bosch, J.R. Baxter. Centrifugal blowers dominating the top dragster class as of late. Saw Darian go number 1 in top sportsman. He technically can still go number 1 in top dragster, but he has a very small window to do so. JR, the 3-time Spring Nationals winner right here at HRP. Over Neil Riley's side. Pretty good looking run right there. 6:13.4, 225 for Darian. 6:18, 226 for JR. Darian goes number 4. JR, or number 5 rather. JR to number 7. Here comes your number 1 qualifier, Baby Larice for Larice Motorsports Insurance. Bringing you the Best Package and Perfect Run Award in NHRA Lucas Oil competition this season. Alongside of Rusty Baxter, finished number 4 in the world last year in top dragster competition. 2-time JEGS All-Star. And reigning U.S. Nationals top dragster winner. He's number 4 with a 6:11.7. Baby Larice is red. Rusty Baxter is not. They both go 6:13. No improvement for either one. 225 miles an hour at the top end for Ross Larice. 222 for Rusty. The final car down the racetrack. And final qualifying for top dragster is going to be Holden Larice. He is number 6 right now. He went 6:14 last night. So your first pairing comp eliminator is at the ready stripe. Holden doesn't look like he's going to... Oh, and I'm wrong. 6:10 with a 5, 229 miles an hour. Holden's going to go up to the number 2 spot. And I believe this is the second straight event that Holden and Ross are 1 and 2. Scott, is that correct? Great job, buddy. So Bill Tomlinson, Ashton Hudson at the ready stripe, your first pairing comp eliminator. We're missing Caleb Mazaris, Greg Schenk, Ray Goodman, and Scott Cascio, which those 4 should have constituted the first 2 pairs. And it looks like Bill Tomlinson's car is not going to fire. So Ashton Hudson is going to roll in on the left side. And Ashton did not turn on the wind light during qualifying session number 2. The way the WFO qualifying bonus fund works, he is now competing for the B field prize money. If you won your second qualifying session matchup and you win this one, you're in the A field. You take how far under your index you are on your second run and this run, add them together. Whoever's the furthest combined under the index is going to get the prize money. Works the same way in the B field, but that's for those who did not win their first round matchup. Bonus program to kind of incentivize these guys and gals to run their cars all out in qualifying. Bill Tomlinson going to take it back to the pits and get a little bit of work ahead of him before first round a little bit later on today. Ashton with a lot of tire spin down low. The E-Supermod automatic Escort, and he just shuts it off about half track. He'll coast to a 976. Clark Smiley going to have the solo run. And round number 2 of qualifying, odd number of cars entered. Listen to that thing hunt. Double B altered. Double B, double A, double C, whatever the designation is, normally means that boost is involved. There's a Root supercharger sitting on top of that small block Chevy power plant, built by Scott Benham. There's a 5-speed Liberty behind that power plant. He's rowing gears down the racetrack. 80 under on his first pass. Let's see what he does here. Clark clicks it a little bit early, goes 741 at 164 miles an hour. This is Kevin Douay and Keith Maughy. So Keith Maughy, he is eligible for the A field should he turn on the win light here. If not, Kevin Douay in the A Nostalgia car will be running for the B field money. Mechanical fuel injection on top of that 397 cubic inch power plant. He was 61 under on his first pass. Keith Maughy was 60 under in the F altered 300 cubic inch small block, motivating that Cavalier down the racetrack. And Kevin turns it red by 9 thou. And Keith goes 802, 58 under. Kevin goes a 682, Puts him 67 under, sticks him in the number 4 spot. Everybody's still chasing Clark Smiley. That monstrous 80 under pass in round number 1 of qualifying. It's Kayla Mazares and Greg Schenk, pair of K-altered automatic machines fixing to go down the racetrack. Greg Schenk and Raymond Martin's machine, as I mentioned earlier. Comp Eliminator is a class where innovation and creativity are highly encouraged. And Raymond Martin literally took the designs for a 500 cubic inch NHRA Pro Stock power plant, built one half of it on a CNC machine, threw a Pro Stock cylinder head on it. Kayla Mazares and Clinton F's Bantam over on the left side, and Greg turns it red. Down to the top end they go, 7:49 for Kayla Mazares. 68 under for Kayla. Austin just texted me and said, so Brooke Heckel and Rick Brown, your next two. Big wheels up launch for Brooke. She's on a good one. She's 116 to 60 foot. Looks like Rick's already got her covered. 821, 151. Brooke goes 850 at 146. Brooke 47 under puts her in the number 26 spot. Chase Williams and Adam Hickey making their way back to the starting line. Both of these guys are in the running for the A field bonus money, so provided they are, well, one of them's going to turn on a win line. And whoever that is, have to add up how far under the index they are. Chase Williams out of Carthage. 365 cubic inch small block behind his head. Adam Hickey utilizing a 390 cubic inch GM power plant. Multi-time national event winner. Reigning comp bonus fund winner as well. Oh, baby. Chase Williams just tattoos Adam Hickey to the tree. 006, 682. It's going to put him 64 under. Adam Hickey also goes 64 under, but was 077 at the starting line. Don Thomas, Kenny Laughlin, your next two. Thomas in the running for the A field. C Dragster Automatic out of Amarillo. Was 61 under on his first pass. Kenny Laughlin. Sounded like he left from an idle. Works in manufacturing the Spitzer chassis car with a 450 cubic inch big block between the rails. Kenny with problems right off the starting line. Don Thomas was 001, goes 691.3. Puts him 68 under. That's a couple of very stout runs out of Don Thomas's machine. Not real sure what happened to Kenny Laughlin out there, but he has had a lot of issues with that car. First in Belrose, and then here this weekend. Have you been up here before? So giving the left lane a swab real quick. Something came out of Kenny's machine. Dwayne Robinson, Ed Federkyle awaiting the word to light him up. Whichever one of these guys turns on the win light is going to be in the B field. It's a tough break for Kenny Laughlin. Hope they're able to get that machine repaired and back up here for the first round. Bill Tomlinson is on the bump spot. We utilize a 32-car field on a Sportsman ladder. Bill not able to make the pass. He's going to be one of the first cars down. Ed Federkyle still outside looking in. Ed, the Cooper City, Florida-based 2012 Dodge Avenger, 458 cubic inch D-stroked Mopar Pro Stock power plant in the B-altered automatic machine. And Dwayne Robinson did not get a time on his first attempt. So both of these guys are not yet qualified. Bill Tomlinson holding his breath, hoping he can make the show. And that appears to be entirely dependent on this pair and the next one. So one of these guys is going to be in the running for the B field money. Let's see if either one of them can make the show. Well, Dwayne will. He goes 734, 186 miles an hour. Ed Federkyle goes 755. Car was kind of lazy off the starting line, only a 111 60-foot. And Ed Federkyle, only 2 under the index, and he will not make the show. So tough break for Ed Federkyle. Dwayne Robinson goes into the number 22 spot. 58 under the index. Dennis Smiley and Mike DePalma, your next pair. One of the Lee Sharp-owned machines. Great group of guys in that Sharp Racing camp. Spent a little bit of time over there last night. The G-Altered. As I mentioned earlier, that did actually start out as a factory-built Pontiac G5. G-Altered and H-Altered. A couple of the classes where you can make the crossover from super modified to altered and have some success. Dennis Smiley, the A Econo dragster over on the left side, did not make a pass, got pushed off on his first attempt, so he is trying to get into the show. 501 cubic inch GM Pro Stock power plant. One of the DRCE engines. Warren Johnson campaigned back in the 2000s. Single 4-barrel carburetor sitting on top of it. Clark Smiley still number 1 with that 80 underpass from Q 2 earlier today. Mike DePalma with a perfect reaction time. Trip zips on the board. He goes 8:32 at 161. Dennis Smiley 6:78 at 194. DePalma goes to the number 6 spot. Dennis goes in at number 26. And that bumps out Steve Basgall, who is sitting at the ready stripe. He'll be coming up momentarily. Jim Kimbrough and Monty Bogan going to be your next two. Kimbrough left side, out of Florida. C. Econo dragster, wedge-headed 309. Chevrolet power plant. And for Monty Bogan, the H Supermod automatic 3rd gen Camaro. Monty was 60. They were both actually 62 under. A little bit earlier today. Number 15 and 17 in the field. Monty's eligible for the A field still. Jim Kimbrough hoping to make his way into the B field. Shenandoah Machine Top Sportsman should be in the lanes. Shenandoah Machine Top Sportsman, you should be in the lanes. If you are not there, you are late, late, late. And Jim Kimbrough turns it red. Monty Bogan, see what he can do on the racetrack. He goes 884.0. He went 884.8 on his first pass of the day. So he is 63 under there. Kimbrough goes 729. He'll stand on his earlier 725. As Glenn Treadwell and Steve Basgall make their way back to the starting line. Treadwell's in the number 15 spot. He's solidly in. The G Econo dragster, 246 cubic inch, straight 6 power plant. Steve out of Kansas, the C Econo dragster in the O'Reilly side of the racetrack. Steve, Bill Tomlinson, and Ed Fetterkyle are the ones not in the show. So Steve is the last person on the qualifying sheet who can bump his way in, as Kenny Laughlin currently occupies the bump spot. And we saw Kenny get pushed off when he came up for his attempt. Treadwell's car puffing some smoke down there at the top end, and ooh, that's not good. He goes 793. Steve Basgall goes 776.9. No improvement, and Steve will not make the show. So the field is set. It's Greg Camplain and Sean Dodd, your next pair. Talking with Greg a little bit yesterday, and educated me a little bit on some of the more nuanced rules of Comp Eliminator. The C Econo classes got to run wedge-headed power plants. So very similar drive lines in these two cars, even though one's a door car, one's a dragster. Sean Dodd is number 3 right now in the qualified field. He was 69 under. Both of them are eligible for the A field should they turn on a win light here. Once again, we need Shenandoah Machine Top Sportsman. Shenandoah Machine Top Sportsman, we need you in the lanes now. Sean Dodd, 799.6, 70 under the index. Greg Camplain goes 724, 61 under. Dodd stays in the number 3 spot. As Jeff Taylor and Craig Bourgeois make their way back to the starting line. Once again, we need Sheneda Machine Top Sportsman. If you are not there, you are late. Sheneda Machine Top Sportsman, we need you in the lanes. So Taylor and Bourgeois, both of them won their first round matchup today. So whoever turns on the win light is in the running for the A field. Juniors, we need you to lanes 2, 4, and 6. Slight advantage at the tree to Jeff Taylor. Can Bourgeois get there? Top man? No, he cannot. 696.4. 63 under for Jeff Taylor. 679.5 for Craig Bourgeois. That puts him 63 under. So Taylor goes to the number 12 spot. Bourgeois to the number 13 spot. It's Taylor Chemiskey, Cody Lane. Taylor, the F Supermod, 3rd Gen Camaro left side. Cody, the E Supermod automatic Cavalier over on the right. Starting line advantage, Taylor Chemiskey. Cody Lane have enough racetrack to get there. Top man win light says yes, he does. 829. 65 under for the win. Taylor Chemiskey goes 869. Slows from his earlier 862. And Cody Lane will be a part of the A field. Scott Benham and Callie Neff going to be the next pair down the racetrack. Once again, final call for Sheneda Machine Top Sportsman final qualifying. Sheneda Machine Top Sportsman final qualifying. We need you in the lanes right now. So Callie, based out of Colorado, Division 5 runner. The J Dragster Automatic, your number 16 qualifier right now. She was 62 under on her first pass. Scott Benham, the B Truck Automatic, was 59 under. He's down on the number 22 spot. Callie is in the running for the A field still. Once again, juniors, 6 through 9, we need you in lane 2. 10 through 12, we need you in lane 4. And 13 and up in lane number 6, please. Scott Benham. Going to go into the B field as Callie turns it red. She goes 776, no improvement. No improvement for Scott either. He goes 829. He'll stand on his earlier 828. That's Brad Brewer. And Keith Hall. Normally does a more abbreviated burnout, waiting on Brad to get closer to the starting line. Winner of this pair will be in the B field. Brad Brewer rattled the tires on his first pass, pedaled the car, still went 45 under with a 720. Keith Hall was 59 under to go to the number 23 spot in the D Supermod Cavalier. Two-time Division 4 Comp Eliminator champion. As Top Sportsman rolls out of the staging lanes. So once again, juniors, Everyday Chef Junior Dragster Shootout. Ages 6 to 9 to lane 2, 10 to 12 to lane 4, and 13 and up to lane 6. And Keith Hall's machine bogs off the starting line. Brad Brewer, that looks a lot better. That is a lot better. 693, 199 miles an hour. Brad Brewer goes 72 under to go to the number 3 spot. Ray Goodman was supposed to be alongside of Scott Cascio. And Ray Goodman not going to make the pass. As he pulls over in the short chute. Roger Brogdon rolls up. It's Cole Prejean. The top sportsman machine rolls up next to him. Roger was supposed to be alongside of Chris Dodd. Heard the RPMs get a little wacky on Chris Dodd's machine. He's not able to make the call. Roger Brogdon currently sitting number 18. 62 under earlier. Roger, major sponsor of the D4 Comp Eliminator Bonus Fund. His company, Roof Tech. CCR Motorsports Insurance, Ambi Ampersand Soap Company, and Double O Green. Clegg Industries, Harlan Towing. Of course, Roof Tech. And Triple H Structural Steel Covers of Texas. Coming on board for the bonus fund this year in Comp Eliminator. Roger with a 500 cubic inch GM Pro Stock power plant underneath the hood and an automatic transmission. Won some rounds at the Gator Nationals a couple of weeks ago in Gainesville. Final car, final qualifying, Comp Eliminator. Rogers 103 to 60 foot. He goes 701, 175, shutting it down a little bit before the finish line. And that will put a little bow on Comp Eliminator qualifying. Final category before we get into first round of eliminations in all of our categories here this weekend. Shenandoah Machine top sportsman in the water box, Jim Thorpe, Cole Prejean. Once again, we need our Everyday Chef Junior Dragster Shootout to the lanes immediately. Ages 6 to 9 are in lane 2. Ages 10 through 12 are in lane 4. And ages 13 and up are in lane 6. We need you there right now. Not seeing a whole lot of cars, and I need to see all of you. Junior Dragsters, if you would like to get your final time trial run in, we need you in the lanes now. Again, ages 6 through 9 in lane 2. Ages 10 through 12 in lane 4. And ages 13 and up in lane number 6, please. Cole Prejean, your number 10 qualifier right now. Went 709 earlier today. Jim Thorpe, not able to make a full pull, went 712 in that beautiful Camaro. Darian Bosch, number 1, 617 with a 5. So A little bit of a window if anybody can get down there that quickly. Jim turns it red by a thou. There you go, 6:38, 2:24. That's gonna be an improvement. Cole Prejean, 7:09.4. He went 7:09.6 earlier. So they're probably not going to want to touch too many things on that race car. Jim Thorpe moves up to the number 3 spot. Bob Galletti, Bent Bloomberg. These guys are real good friends. Bob backing up the New Tech Global Jeff Cummins owned GT500. He's your number 2 qualifier. Went 6:28.1. His first pass of the day. Bent went 6:84 to go in the number 9 spot for Pennzoil Quantaserve Machining. Finish Santa Claus. Macy Higgins and Mark Buring pulling up to the starting line right now. Macy over on the left side, sitting number 8 right now. 6:65 was her earlier pass today. Mark Buring was not able to get down the racetrack, so he's sitting down in the number 18 spot. That's a lot better for Mark. Macy goes 666.2 at 206. She was 007 on the tree. Mark goes 679 at 199. Mark goes to the number 10 spot. Macy stays number 8 as Alan Firestone and Kevin Wilson make their way back from the burnout. Alan Firestone, 3-time national event winner, the 2-time Division IV top sportsman champ. Elite Motorsports providing the power for the 2016 Camaro. Holding down that number 4 spot in qualifying right now. He went 6:41 earlier today. Kevin Wilson, engineering manager out of Magnolia in the Cavalier. He went 7:64. Sitting 16th as things stand right now. Alan Firestone, 004, and he is trailing some smoke down there at the top end of the racetrack. 6:39, 2:14. It's a little bit of an improvement for Alan. 7:66, 174 for Kevin Wilson. That's Henry Kendall. And there's your number 1 qualifier, Darian Bosch, who I somehow managed to predict his run in qualifying session number 1 to the 1,000th of a second. I'm just that good. I'm kidding. That was luck. Root Supercharger sitting on top of that 540 cubic inch power plant. Darian is Dad Mario making the final adjustment to the wheelie bars. Correction, that's not Mario adjusting the wheelie bars. It's Mario standing behind the car. Henry Kendall, I believe he told me that was Tim Freeman's old pro stock truck, that Dodge Dakota. It is no longer sporting a 358 cubic inch small block. That's a 562 cubic inch Mopar power plant with a Pro Charger. Henry had a planned early shutoff run in qualifying session number 1. This is a new combination, or at least a new power plant. Henry with some tire spin at the hit. Darian gets down, goes 6:21 at 2:29, 7:12, 196 for Henry. Final few pairs. Shenandoah Machine top sportsman. Darian sent me a message and said, I'm just going to make a race day run right here. Yeah, you slowed down to 6:21, dude. So Florentino Martin over on the left side, Chris Arnold in the right. Chris is your number 9 qualifier, went 6:74. Centrifugal supercharger hanging off of Florentino Martin's car, based out of Mexico. Chris Arnold, 738 cubic inch GM power plant underneath the hood scoop of the Cavalier. Martin goes 6:52, 2:18, 6:72, 2:03 for Chris Arnold. Travis Leach with the burnout in the split window Corvette. Had a little bit of smoke out of the car on his first pass. Attention to the pits. Super Street, presented by Wood Tucker Racing. First round of eliminations. We need you to the lanes. Super Street. First round. We need you to the lanes, please. So Jeremy Mouton coasted to a 13-second elapsed time over on the left side. The Dodge Stratus. Travis Leach, 63 vet. As I mentioned, had a little bit of smoke out of it as it was making its way down the racetrack in qualifying session number 1. He went 7:20. And Jeremy's car drives left. Travis with problems early on in the run. Still under power through the quarter mile. Goes 8:39 at 1:33. Jeremy goes 9:78 at 1:03. And I believe this is going to be the final car in Shenandoah Machine Top Sportsman. Mark Griffin, again, this is a compressed air supercharged car. Compressed air supercharging is basically, it's got an air tank on board. And when he goes wide open, it opens up a valve and forces a bunch of compressed air in there. It functions the same as a supercharger. It's coming from an air tank for Stroud Safety Equipment, Hill Country Performance. Occupies number 13 spot right now. He went 6:93 on his first pass of the day. Once again, we need Wood Tucker Racing Super Street. First round of eliminations to the lanes, please. Mark goes 6:94, 197 miles an hour, and top sportsman qualifying is complete. Final time trial run for our juniors coming up next. Brought to you by the Everyday Chef. Born from 40 years of development and testing, Phoenix Race Tires are the choice of champions across the country. With more than 30 sizes and compounds to choose from, there's no better place to find the right slicks and front runner tires for your car. For more information, check out dragracetires.com. Again, the NHRA and Lucas Oil Products would like to thank everyone for joining us out here at Houston Raceway Park, and thank everyone for watching on the live stream at NHRA.TV and YouTube. Just about ready to start first round of eliminations. High performance and low prices. Get the parts you need today at Jegs High Performance. Get free same-day shipping on millions of items from over 600 brands. Jegs offers unmatched value through everyday low pricing. Find it cheaper and we'll match it. Click on jegs.com today. 100% satisfaction and lifetime support are included with every order. The place for performance since 1960. Jegs.
Hey man, how's it going? How you doing?
So your first pair of juniors in the Everyday Chef Junior Shootout. Ryder Crisani on the right side, left lane, not in a computer system just yet. Ryder has problems right off the starting line. Car's going to coast to a stop out there. And the left lane goes 12:34, 51 miles an hour. So Blaine Carroll making his way down the right side, goes 14:05 at 38 miles an hour. I believe that's going to do it for our 6 to 9 year olds. We're going to move into the So Ryder Crisani going to come up and try it again. So Haley Pennington, 9:55, 72 miles an hour on the O'Reilly side. Slade Urbanek, 8:97. Cash Wilkerson left, Blake Mouton right, your next pair. This is our 10 to 12-year-old junior competitors. Last and final call for Super Street, presented by Wood Tucker Racing. If you are not there, you are very, very late. Need you in the lanes immediately if you are not already there. So Cash Wilkerson turns at 26 red, goes 898, 72 miles an hour. Blake Mouton, 145 green, 972, 65 the speed. He's going to bring up Colton Farley on the right side. Left lane not on file just yet. Final time trial run for our juniors, the Everyday Chef Junior Shootout. And in first round of eliminations in Super Street, will be up immediately following them. Attention to the pits. We need our designated pairs in stock eliminator to the lanes. Brian Ponville and Matt Exner. Harvey Emmons and Mark Norris. Matt Pellicino and Kenny Newsom. Car numbers, if I messed up any of your names. 4867 4099, 4470 426, 438 and 7709. Again, if you just heard your name and or your car number over the PA system, you are one of the 3 designated pairs in stock eliminator, and we need you to the lanes right now. Reagan Pickett coming up on the right side. And left lane turns at 40 red. Reagan 60 green. And left lane goes 877, 74 miles an hour. Right lane for Reagan goes 896, 72 the speed. Parker Freeman, the O'Reilly side. Oakley White, the Summit side of the racetrack. Going to be the next 2 to go down. Once again, last and final call for Super Street. Wood Tucker Racing Super Street. If you are not in the lanes, you need to get there immediately. This is your final call. Oakley White, 63 red, goes 876, 78 miles an hour. Parker Freeman, green up front, 885, 72 the speed. It's going to bring up Cooper Thibodeau, right side on a solo run. Cooper Thibodeau, 97 green. Going to get down and stop the clocks with a 9:13, 71 miles an hour. So your first pair in the 13 and up category, Slate Rabina right side, Owen Blair left. Slate Rabina turns at 200 red, 791, 81 miles an hour. Owen Blair, 794, also 81 miles an hour. Brings up Douglas Hughes left, Cameron Froning right. Going to see Douglas's dad, Steven, in just a second in Super Street. Their first round of eliminations are back in the lanes. Once again, we need our 3 designated pairs in stock eliminator to the lanes. The 3 designated pairs in stock eliminator to the lanes, please. Douglas Hughes, 42 red, 808, 79 miles an hour. Cameron Froning, 812, 78 the speed. Brings up Carter Poplawski and Ava Rogelski. Carter over in the left lane, Ava on the O'Reilly side of the racetrack. The young men and women will be bracket racing when they get into first round of eliminations later on today. Carter turns at 18 red. Ava's 10 at the tree. Goes 791, 81 miles an hour. 798 at 80 miles an hour for Carter. Mikey Hammer's left side. Taylor Freeman right. Your next pair. We make our way through the 13 and up age group. For our juniors, Super Street is waiting back in the lanes. And our 3 designated pairs in stock eliminator. How about Taylor Freeman, 006 on the tree. 802.3, 81 miles an hour. Mikey goes 785 at 83 miles an hour. Once again, our 3 designated pairs in stock eliminator: Harvey Emmons, Mark Norris, Brian Ponville, Matt Exner, Matt Pellicino, and Kenny Newsom. We need you all in the lanes right now. Y'all are the 3 designated pairs. We need you there right now. Kagan Cleveland coming up in the left lane. Madeline Poplawski over in the right. Maddie's 24 at the tree. 794, 82 miles an hour. Kagan goes 785, 82 miles an hour the speed. Brings up Leah Hughes and Emily Miller. Leah's over on the left side. Drag racing very much a family affair. Emily Miller over on the right. Her dad, Ryan, running Super Comp here this weekend. I mentioned earlier, Leah's dad, Steven, be up momentarily in Super Street. Attention to the pits. Brian Ponville and Matt Exner, we need you in the lanes right now. Brian Ponville and Matt Exner, we need you in the lanes right now for first round of stock eliminator. Hayden Pennington and Race Ragland, your next 2. Ragland over on the right-hand side. You'll see Ross Ragland in Super Street as well. Hayden Pennington. Drive over from Huffman. Race Ragland is 10 at the tree. 8:30 with a 3 at 83 miles an hour. Hayden Pennington a little bit tardy up front, goes 113. And goes 8:21, 78 miles an hour. Attention to the pit. Stock eliminator. We need the left side of the ladder. Stock eliminator. We need the left side of the ladder. To the lanes, please. How about Landon Emmons, 11 at the tree, 794, 83 miles an hour. Cole Foster, 47 up front, 783, 82 miles per hour. Cameron Nelson, Addison Rogers. Cameron over in the left lane for O'Day Hardware, Cundon Racing, and Amsoil. Cameron Nelson, 788, 79 miles an hour. Addison Rogers, 793 at 80 miles an hour at the top end. Caden Salter, left side. Timothy Rivette Jr. over on the right. Caden for SalterRacing.com. Caden's 10 at the tree. Goes 814, 78 miles an hour. Rivette goes 789. Carmen Nelson left, Cason Belt right, your next two. We are just a few minutes away from round number 1 of eliminations in Super Street, brought to you by Wood Tucker Racing. So Cason Belt, 858, 82 miles an hour. Something comes off of Cason's car just past the 330. Carmen Nelson, 25 red. Mario Gonzalez, 006 red, 809, 80 miles an hour. That will do it for the final time trial session for our juniors. Well, ladies and gentlemen, round number 1 of Super Street is at the ready stripe. And before we get into eliminations here today, I want to thank everyone for coming out and joining us at Houston Raceway Park for the final NHRA divisional, final NHRA sanctioned event here at this historic facility. You know, it's been 35 years since Houston Raceway Park first opened back in 1988. And, you know, there's a lot of people out here who have a lot of memories, a lot of history. And this racetrack has been a huge part of a lot of people's lives. And, you know, it's truly a sad thing that we're going to be losing this place. But, you know, let's have a great day of racing. And, you know, again, just thank you, everyone, for joining us out here. Thank you, everybody watching on the live stream. And before we get into first round, would like to ask that everyone please rise. I'm going to turn the microphone over to Racers for Christ chaplain, Mr. Tim Hamilton, who's going to lead us in our invocation. And please remain standing for our national anthem.
Heavenly Father, we do want to come before you right now and thank you for the 35 years that you've allowed people to come out here and enjoy themselves racing, for the track records and for the people that just enjoyed this place. And we thank you for the beautiful day that you've given us today. And we're going to thank you in advance that we're going to have no mishaps today as we lift up all the race car drivers, their crew chiefs, their families that come out here to enjoy themselves. Father, we also want to thank you for the first responders, and we're just going to ask that the first responders will be spectators today. And we'll always want to remember, Lord Father God, all the men and women that's in our military, Lord Father God, that they are not forgotten. And we give you praise and glory in Jesus' name. Amen.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, our national anthem.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming. In the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
Ladies and gentlemen, one final time. Let's go drag racing. All right, so here comes your first pair in round number one. Wood Tucker Racing Super Street, Paul Martinez and Ray Todd. Martinez, the Firebird, over on the left-hand side. Ray Todd out of Belleville, over on the right. The 68 Chevy Nova. Green lights a pair. Starting it off the right way. Ray Todd out front the 8th mile, top end, win light going to Ray Todd. Ray is 009 at the tree, goes 3 over with a 9, 10.93.9. Paul Martinez better on the racetrack. Ray Todd better at the starting line, and Ray turns on the first win light in eliminations here today. Brian Gustafson left, Reagan Wilson right. Super Street again, the 10.90 category. The objective, get to the finish line first without going quicker than 10.9 seconds. If you do go under 10.9 seconds, you break out. And if you break out, you lose unless the other guy breaks out by a wider margin. Reagan and Brian, both of them green. Reagan trying to track down the Duster. He's got some ground to make up, and it's not going to happen for him. Brian Gustafson, 17 on the tree, 10.93.4, 125. Reagan, 75 green. And he was locked out from that point. Ray Dew, Michael Hancock. Pair of Novas. Hancock over on the right-hand side. 63 Chevy 2 for H&H Designs. And Ray Dew, multi-time division champ, national event winner. On the Summit side of the racetrack. Oh, Michael Hancock flinches and turns at 372. Red Ray Dew will be moving on to the next round. He goes 1087, 144 miles an hour. Basically used that as a free time run when he saw the red light come on for Hancock. Brings up Mark McCall and Jared Ross. Jared, that wicked cool 48 Anglia, 565 cubic inch big block Chevy underneath the hood. And Mark McCall, Trans Am out of Arlington for Pit Stop Cafe, SRT Jack's Wax. Green light, green light. Attention to the pits. Stock eliminator, all of you. Stock eliminator, we need all of you to the lanes. Stock eliminator, every single car. We need you to the lanes. How about Jared Ross, 0051 over 3, 18 pack for the win. 18 pack basically means he is 18 thousandths of a second away from a perfect reaction time and being dead on the dial with a 0. David Owens and Jim Presley, your next pair. Jim, the 57 Chevy, beautiful car over on the right-hand side. David Owens, another wicked cool car. Gotta love a first-gen Camaro. The HVAC Tech out of Waco. Once again, stock eliminator, we need every single one of you. Stock eliminator, every single car. We need you in the lanes, and Jim Presley goes red by 13 thou. David Owens was dead late. David Owens was 119 at the starting line, and he is moving on to the next round. 1083 at 146 miles an hour. Jim Presley, 1074 at 123. Brings up J.R. Sizemore and Wendell Shelton. J.R., the Louisiana-based first-gen Camaro on the left-hand side. Wendell made the drive down from Gilmer in the Chevy 2. Rocking and rolling our way through first round of Wood Tucker Racing Super Street. Oh boy. Oh boy. Wendell Shelton goes 003, 1 over 5, 18 total. Good run. J.R. Sizemore, 347 reaction time. And then goes 1056 at 126 miles an hour. Pretty much every time you're looking at a pair of cars in Super Street, if your reaction time starts with anything other than a 1, you're not going to have a good time. And if it starts with anything over a 1, you're really not going to have a good time. Mike Feeler, Eric Speck, your next pair. Green and green. Eric, the Chevelle, out front. Feeler off the stop, trying to track him down at the top end. They're looking over at each other. Win light, Mike Feeler, double breakout. Eric Speck goes 008 up front. Under 1086.9. Mike Feeler by 1 thou. Closer to the dial, goes 1087.0. And Mike, we'll move on. Chris Presley and Chucky Weir, your next two. Chucky again, Ford Coyote powered 67 Chevy 2 wagon, street legal car. Chris Presley, the good-looking 69 Camaro. And Chris turns it red by a Hun. Chucky Weir is moving on. Chucky runner-up in Bell Rose. He goes 1086, 125. Chris Presley, 1085 at 150, runs it out the back door as Bart Nelson. And Stacy Owens, your next two. Stacy, the first-gen Camaro out of White Oak over in the left lane. Bart doesn't normally run divisionals, but decided to bring it out for the last one. Bart, very talented racer. Whole lot of wins under his belt. So Stacy Owens leaves before the Leaves before the tree drops. Bart Nelson runs it out the back door, 1080 with a 9, 142. He will move on to the next round. Greg Simbeck and Tony Jones, pair of 67 Camaros coming at you. Tony Jones, the black and yellow machine over in the left lane. Greg in that sleek black car on the O'Reilly side of the racetrack. Once again, stock eliminator. We need all of you. Stock eliminator. Every single car. We need you in the lanes. If you are not there, you need to get there right now. And Greg Simbeck, big time red, 189 on the wrong side of the tree. Tony Jones, 16 green. Goes 1081, 150 miles an hour. Brings up Chase Huffman and Milo Elkins. Chase finished number 2 in Division 4 Super Street competition last year. 69 Camaro on the Summit side of the racetrack. Milo from just down the road in Beach City. Once again, stock eliminator. We need you to the lanes. Stock eliminator to the lanes. Every single car. Oh, baby. Well, if you're Chase Huffman, the good news is you're 005. The bad news is you left the starting line second. Milo Elkins 002 goes 1094. Chase Huffman, not real sure what happened on the racetrack. He goes 1076, takes a 10th and a half at the stripe, and goes way under the index. Chris Hoosier's Dennis Harrelson. Next two to hit the starting line. Harrelson, the split bumper Camaro right side, trying to defend his number 3 spot in Division 4 Super Street last year. Hoosiers, back in 2017, was the winner in Super Street at No Problem Raceway. Green and green. Off the stops. Hoosiers out front. Harrelson closing fast. Does he have enough room to get there? Yes, he does. Oh, baby. Dennis Harrelson dead 3. He was 26 at the starting line. Chris Hoosiers was 16 at the tree. Goes 3 over 6. Dennis Harrelson able to come around him in the lights. Colton Pear and Chris LeBlanc. Colton Pear, the 69 Nova. Chris LeBlanc, the 67 Corvette in the O'Reilly side of the racetrack. '16 Division 4 Super Street champ and the final Super Street winner at the Spring Nationals last year. And he turns it red by 0.003 of a second. Colton Pear is going to move on to the next round. .1089.1, 133 for Colton. Chris goes 1081, 147. And Greg Parson, Don Snow, your next two. Parson driving Olin Gotcher's 77 Chevy Nova out of Bullard, Texas for A&A Auto Service. Don Snow, the 65 Corvette. And Don Snow turns it red by 0.2 of a second. Greg Parson was 11 on the tree. 1086 at 145. Olin's telling me that's the first time that Greg has ever taken Don out in competition. Attention to the pits. Steve Basgal and Comp Eliminator, listen up. You are being reinserted as an alternate. Steve Basgal, you have been reinserted as an alternate. Do not load up and leave the property. David Stone, Billy Hughes. Green and green. Billy out front. Winlight Billy Hughes. Billy had 0.04 of a second against him at the tree. David Stone was 20 at the starting line and then just can't run the number. He goes 11-13. Billy goes dead 7 for the win. Ross Ragland, Mike Britt, your next two. Ragland left side, the 69 Camaro out of Norman, Oklahoma. Mike Britt apparently was able to find the gasket he was looking for earlier. Green light, green light. The 8th mile mark, Mike Britt out front. Let's see if Ross Ragland can close the gap. Finish line says Ross going to get it done. 3 thou separated him at the tree. 10:91.5 for Ross. 10:95.1 for Mike Britt. Mike a little bit further off pace. Open the door for Ross. Move on to the next round. Tony Stewart, Jay Costalis, your next pair. Tony, the 82 Camaro left side. Jay, the 67 Corvette. Clean and green. Off the stop, and away they go. Jay is out front. Tony, hard charging third gen, closing fast, can't get it done. Jay Costalis, 28 at the tree, 1 over with an 8. Only 128 miles an hour. Tony Stewart was closing at 150 miles an hour, but just ran out of real estate. Lowell Gerber and Kent Height, next two to hit the racetrack. Kent, again, the defending Super Street champ in Division 4. In the Gremlin, the AMC-powered Gremlin. It's incredible. He's still got an AMC power plant underneath the hood of that machine. And Lowell Gerber, the Bushwhacker Nova, owned by Clint Rigby. Lowell lists his profession as a professional babysitter. And that might be the last time I get to talk about Lowell. Oh, baby, Kent Height, trip, zip, perfect, dead zero. That is a perfect run for Kent Height. Trip, zip, perfect light, dead on the dial with a 0. So an extra $1,000 going to Kent Height. First perfect run of the season. As Jay Bunce and Stephen Hughes going to be the next two down the racetrack. Green light, green light. Two thou between them at the tree at the finish line. Double breakout. Jay Bunce gets it done. 10:87.1 for Jay. 10:87.0 Stephen Hughes. Jay just 1 thou closer to the index. Don Hartwick and Thomas Marlowe, your next pair. Marlowe, the Chevy 2 on the right-hand side of the racetrack. Don Hartwick, the 67 Mustang, over on the Summit side. Down to our final few pairs of Super Street machines. Then Stock Eliminator first round, going to roll into the water box. Don Hartwick way out front. Thomas Marlowe off the stop, trying to close the gap. Finish line stripe, double breakout, going to Marlowe. He's under by 16 thou. Hartwick under by 4 hun. So Thomas Marlowe puts the Chevy 2 into round number 2 is Austin Kilgore. Bringing that Ford Lightning up on the right-hand side. This is his first NHRA race. Became a father for the first time back in December for dragtrucks.com and Buddy Wood. For Wood Tucker Racing, the presenting sponsor of Super Street here in Division 4. The Oklahoma-based Cavalier over on the left side. Final two pairs. Green light's a pair. Austin comes off the stop, has a lot of ground to make up on Buddy Wood at the top end. And Austin gets it done. Austin Kilgore was 003 at the starting line. 10.95, 136 for the win. Buddy Wood got down there and took his foot out of it. He still goes 10.75, though. Way too quick. And he gets bounced in first round. Olivia Carroll and Hayden Brown, your final pair. In Wood Tucker Racing Super Street. And Olivia goes red by 0.2. Hayden Brown's going to advance. Sportsman Motorcycle, we need you. Sportsman Motorcycle, we need you to the staging lanes, please, for round number 1. 10.86.7, 131 for Hayden. Olivia goes 10.87, but was 0.2 too quick on the trigger. Stock Eliminator, round 1 at the ready stripe. They're coming up next. The NHRA knows about great runs, and when they need a partner that has to have a great run every time, they turn to Buffalo Turbine. Buffalo Turbine offers a full line of blowers, sprayers, dust control, and odor control equipment. Every Buffalo Turbine is manufactured in the USA. See the full line of products at buffaloturbine.com. So your first pair down was supposed to be Brian Ponville and Matt Exner. But Matt unable to make the call for round number 1. So Brian's going to lead us off with a solo and put himself into round number 2. Brian Ponville, car lurches off the starting line, loses fire, and he just pulls over by the wall just past the 60-foot. He's able to get it refired, and he's going to drive it on out the top end. That probably is the lucky break of the event so far. Matt Exner probably banging his head against something right now. Yeah, I see you down there. I'm surprised that was the finger you used. Mark Norris and Harvey Emmons sitting behind the water box. And the order goes out to fire him up. Mark Norris running this weekend in the memory of his brother David, who passed away here recently, the drag pack challenger over in the left lane. Mark's dialed a 10.60 in the challenger. He's going to move first by about 3.5. Harvey Emmons, the A stock automatic, big block 69 Camaro, throws a 10.25 up on the scoreboard. Same principles we just saw on Super Street, except they're not leaving the starting line at the same time unless it's a heads-up race, which only occurs when there are two cars of the same class on the starting line at the same time. So breakout rules are still in effect. And it sounded like Mark Norris may have spun the tires at the hit. And at the 8th mile, Harvey Emmons is already out front. And we got a little bit of smoke out of Mark Norris's machine down there at the top end. Harvey goes to a 10.55, 98 miles an hour. And he will march on to round number 2. Matt Pelleschino, Kenny Newsom Next couple of cars to go down the racetrack. Kenny dialed 1179 in the Chevelle SS. He's going to get over a full second head start before Matt turns that Corvette loose. Tries to take him down. Track him down, rather. He's trying to bullseye at 1072. Green light, green light. Kenny still slightly out front at 8th mile. Top end of the racetrack. Pellicino off the throttle before the stripe. Goes 1081 on a 1072 for the win. Kenny goes under by 12th thou, but he was 195 at the starting line. Willie Coleman, Vern Buchanan. Just about a half a second or a full yellow light head start going to the Mustang. That's Vern. Been at this a very long time. Willie Coleman, the B stock automatic 4th gen over on the left side. Puts a 1065 up on the board. Willie hiking the front end up, but he turns it red by 5 hun. Conway, Arkansas native Vern Buchanan will march on to the next round. Goes 11:10, 117 miles an hour. Odd number of cars in the property, so the number 1 qualifier. Going to get a bye run. It's Connor Statler. The only car to go a second under the index or better in qualifying. Car owned by Bobby Brannon, who we'll see in just a little bit in his own stocker. Wheels up launch for Connor, moves a little bit to the right, reels it back in. .1036, 101 miles an hour for Connor, clicking it off before the finish line. Brings up Tim Ames and John Cox. Tim, the stick shift, 340 Duster, 1092 the dial. He's going to have to chase down the Mercury Comet of John Cox. John trying to go 1148. Tim banging through the gears on the Duster. John still out front. John still out front. John turns on the win light. John Cox 001. One over with a 4. How about a 15 pack for John Cox to move on to the next round? Tim Ames was 071. Went under by a bunch and only got there 9 thou ahead of John. So John Cox into the next round. James Carter and Raymond Smith, your next pair. Raymond, the 340 Dart over on the right side, trying to go 1091. James, Copo Camaro over in the left lane. Says, I think it'll go 947. So spotting about a second and a half to the Mopar product. James turns at 16 red and hits the wheelie bar really hard on the Copo. Raymond goes 1092, 119 for the win. Daryl Irwin and Jimmy Hidalgo, the country dog. Jimmy going to move first by about 3 hun, 1122 the dial for the vet, 1119 for the small block 69 Camaro of Daryl Irwin. Once again, Sportsman Motorcycle, you should be in the lanes. Sportsman Motorcycle should be in the lanes. Clean and green. Advantage starting line, Daryl Irwin. Advantage finish line, Jimmy Hidalgo. Jimmy was 28, Daryl was 008. Jimmy goes 1 over with a 7 for the win. Daryl over by 8 hun. April Merrill, Paul Candies. Another one with almost a 1.5-second head start going to April. She's dialed 11:23 in the small block Nova. Cobra Jet Mustang. Paul's trying to bullseye a 980 out of Des Allemands, Louisiana. Green, green. Mustang chasing down the Nova. Can Paul get there? Does he have enough room? No, he does not. Well, actually, he does. He got there too quick. Paul goes under by 6 thou, took 4 hun at the stripe. Oy vey. April was 104 at the tree, goes under by 2 thou. And a double breakout. She's closer, so she moves on. Danny Rucker, Brenda Grubbs. Danny getting a head start, dialed 11:48 in the small block 69 Camaro. Brenda throws a 985 on the window with a AA stock automatic, big block, vinyl top machine for National Parts Depot. Multi-time national event winner. Green lights a pair. Big block car trying to chase down the small block car. Top end, wind light going to Brenda. Dead even out of the gate. Both of them 034 on the tree. 2 over with a 3 for Brenda. Danny got there by 4 hun, goes under by 18 thou. Looking over his shoulder the whole way down the racetrack because he knew Brenda was coming on quickly. Riley Trumbull and Bill Basham gonna be the next 2 down the racetrack. Bill, 11:39 target for the 327 powered 66 Chevy 2. Riley's target is a 1077. The 454 powered Chevelle. Advantage starting line, Riley. Advantage finish line, Riley. 1 over with a 0 for the win. Bill goes under by 18 thou. Would not have mattered. He was 100 on the tree. Don Davidson and Jimmy Hidalgo. Don Davidson was your number 9 qualifier. And as a reward for qualifying in the top 10, he gets the champ, Jimmy Hidalgo. Country Puppy. Over to the left side. Both of them dialed 11 flat. Automatic car left side, that's Jimmy. Oh boy. Oh boy. One of these guys was 12 on the tree, and one of them was not. Jimmy Hidalgo, 12 at the starting line, 7 over 0. Don Davidson, 114, under by 11 thou. And Jimmy Hidalgo had that one pretty much in the bag from the second he turned that car loose. Ron Segura, Gary Emmons. Gary had one of the more exciting runs of the day, carried the front end past the 330 marker in that Cobra Jet Mustang. In his final qualifying run, he's dialed 889. Ron Segura trying to go 1105. Attention to the pits. JC3 Energy Services. Super Comp, we need you. Super Comp, we need you to the lanes, please. Green light Ron, red light Emmons, and he has done it again. Carries the front end about 250 feet. And unfortunately, that's the last time we're going to get to watch that car do that today because he was 45 on the wrong side of the tree. Segura 150 green, goes 1101, 121. I say unfortunately, but it's a good thing for Ron Segura because he would have been in trouble. 150 light, not too many times you go rounds in stock eliminator with a 150 bulb, but that's exactly what's happening. Bryce Grenier, Stephen Reynolds. Grenier, the LS-powered Trans Am on the right-hand side. Puts a 10:57 up on the O'Reilly scoreboard. Stephen Reynolds trying to bullseye a 10:25 on the A-Stock Automatic Challenger. Once again, we need JC3 Energy Services Super Comp to the lanes for first round. Super Comp, first round, to the lanes, please. Stephen Reynolds red by 3 hun. Bryce Granier's taking that Lupe Tortilla Trans Am into round number 2. Big into the racetrack. He goes 10:55, 124. And Stephen Reynolds can start the short drive back to Dayton. Will Emmons, Sam Lusko, your next two. Will's going to spot Sam exactly 1 full second. The F-Stock Automatic Challenger puts it 11:24 up on the O'Reilly scoreboard. Will in the big block 69 Camaro trying to go 10:24. Green, green. Bow tie, chasing down the Mopar. Top end, who's it going to be? Win light 2, Sam Lusko. 37 up front, 1 over with a 2. Will Emmons had 6 thou in his pocket at the tree, not much, but gets down there and takes 3 hun under by 11 thou. 10:22.9 on a 10:24. Ann Candies and Daryl Hamlin, the next pair. The Malibu wagon of Ann Candies, trying to go 11:93. Coming out of the number 25 qualifying spot. Daryl Hamlin, the LS 4th Gen. C-Stock Automatic Camaro, 11:05 is the dial. Green light and green light Daryl. Ann's going to have some work to do at the top end because she gave Daryl about a 5 hun advantage at the tree, and she still gets it done. Daryl off pace goes 11:27 on the 11:05. Ann took a 10th and a half and was only 12 over her dial. 11:94.2 on the 11:93. Took a whole lot of stripe down there. Hey, guys, just to make sure, we need dials on the right side of the race cars. Again, you have to make sure that your dial in is on the right side of the race car or we will not be able to see it. And we're going to take a guess at that point. David Latino, Brian Massengill. 1 second head start going to the Corvette of David Latino. He's dialed 10:56. Massengill throws a 9:52 up on the window. The Samtech machine. Lots of the guys that work here at Houston Raceway Park over the years are either going to school or graduated from Samtech. Wheels up launch for Latino. Massengill hikes him up a little bit too. Chase is on. Only 2 thou between them at the tree, and at the finish line, it's going to be Brian Massengill. Double breakout. Massengill under by 4 hun. David Latino under by 8 hun. Massengill closer to the dial, so he will move on. Archie Cohn and Floyd Russo. Next two down the racetrack, pair of F bodies. Floyd, the AA stock automatic Firebird, owner of American Towing out of Gonzales, Louisiana. Going to move first by almost a second. 10:32 the target, 9:48 for Archie Cohn. Factory stock C Copo Camaro. Floyd's in. Archie's in. Big wheels up launch for Archie Cohn. Archie closing the gap fast and at the finish line. Archie going to get it done. He had 0.08 of a second advantage at the tree. Gets down there and goes 10 over, 9:58 on a 9:48. Floyd was 5 off the dial, 10:37 on a 10:32, but the big time advantage at the tree to Archie Cohn. Spilled the end of the day for Floyd. Everett Vassar and Gavin LaHue, your next two. Everett, the A stock automatic fourth gen, dial 1065, will move first by just about 0.3 of a second. Gavin puts a 1038 on the window of the vet. Gavin turns it big time red, 48 on the wrong side of the tree. Everett Vassar 006, 2 over with a 6 for the win, 121 miles an hour. Brings up John Breimer and Jerry Emmons. Breimer, the factory stock AA Cobra Jet Mustang. 884 is the target. Jerry, a former stock eliminator world champ in his own right. Some of the toughest stock and super stock competitors in the country. Right here out of the Division 4 area. So Jerry going to move first, 1020 the dial. Final call for Super Comp, JC3 Energy Services Super Comp. We need you in the lanes. Final call. Green lights a pair. Jammin' Jerry Emmons goes 002, 1 over 6. How about an 18 pack for Jerry? John Breimer was locked out from the second he left the starting line. He was 36 up front, goes under 881 on the 884. Charles Ford and Kevin Hale, the next pair. Kevin, the third gen Camaro on the left side. 1199 dial, 1112 for Charles Ford in the Mopar product. For Roof Tech, Larice Motorsports Insurance, Mickey Thompson, Docs R Us, Speedy SSD, and Cowboy Customs. Clean and green off the line. Charles trying to close the gap. Finish line. Can he get it done? Yes, he can. Kevin Hale just can't quite run the number. He was 20 at the tree, 6 hun in the bag at the starting line. Goes 12-14 against an 11.99 dial. Charles Ford 6 over, 11.18 on the 11.12 for the win. Here comes Austin Ford. The factory stock A Cobra Jet, 915 dial, 1108 is the number for Connor Matthews. 305 powered third gen Camaro. Connor took home the stock eliminator title at the 2021 Fall Nationals in Dallas. Oh, wow. Connor Matthews was 007 and second off the line. Austin Ford 002, double breakout. Austin under by 13 thou. Connor under by a bit more, 1104 on the 1108. Making our way through round number 1 of Stock Eliminator. Donnie Howe and Bob Vogel. Going to be the next pair down the racetrack. About a quarter of a second head start going to the Malibu. 1177 target. Donnie throws a 1050 or 1150 up on the window. You heard Donnie's car kind of stumble a little bit off the starting line. He's 9 over, 11:59 on the 11:50. Bob Bogle had a big advantage at the tree, 11 to 50. It was 11:86 for the win. Sheila May Holt coming up on the left side. Stick shifted E-Stock 327 powered Chevy 2. 1078 dial, 1132, the number for the third gen Camaro on the O'Reilly side. Sheila rowing through the gears. Closing, closing, closing. Top end. Wind light says Sheila. Sheila had a 10th in her pocket off the starting line, 043 to 138. She's 10 over, 1088 on a 1078. Eddie goes 4 over. But Sheila winning that one at the starting line. Devin Diajardi. Jerry Davis next two down the racetrack, 7/10 of a second to head start going to the Pontiac. Out of the Mission Garage and the Clegg Racing Stable. 1162 the dial, 1092 for Jerry Davis and the 340 Duster. Devin turns it red by 9 thou. Jerry Davis' car made a move to the right off the starting line. And he was 126 at the tree. Goes 11:23, taking his foot out of it before the finish line. And we are down to the final few pairs. Stock Eliminator round number 1, Bobby Brannon and Ross Ponville. A couple of 2015 Camaros. Bobby Brannon left side. 1046 dial, 1033 for Ross. Bobby Brannon red by 2 thou. Ross Ponville, 173 light. Well, they say there's no such thing as an ugly win. Ross might want to go get himself a lottery ticket. He goes 1035, 2 over for the win. Bobby Brannon lifts well before the finish line, 1085, coasting across the stripe. Jane Braswell and Keith Bakies making their way down the quarter mile. About 1/100 of a second advantage to Jane at the tree, and at the finish line by 1/100 of a second, it's Jane. 1 over with a 3. Keith Bakies 1 over with a 7. Jane a little bit better on the tree and is moving on. Well, folks, in Stock Eliminator, when you have two cars of the same class come up side by side, it is a heads-up, no breakout, first to the finish line wins kind of a deal. And that's exactly what we have here. Brett Candy's left side, factory stock B Cobra Jet Mustang. Jeff Lane, the factory stock B Copo Camaro. Something in the racetrack over on the left side. Now we're all good. So again, this is heads up, no breakout. Whoever gets there first will move on to round number 2. Big wheels up launch for the Mustang. Brett Candice has the advantage by 3 hun. Top end wind light going to Brett Candice. 898, 144 miles an hour for the win. Jeff Lane, 9 flat, 147. Out the back door, not enough to get it done, and Brett will move on to round number 2. Will Carroll and Ray Buckner, your next pair. Ray with the 1106 dial and the 360 power Duster on the right-hand side. Will Carroll, the 427 big block powered, 69 Chevelle, 1040 the target. Once again, last and final call for Super Comp. Super Comp should be in the lanes for first round. If you are not there, you are very late. Green, green. Will's got some ground to make up. Let's see if he can get it done. Yes, he can. Oh, Ray Buckner was 33 at the tree, had 3 hun advantage, gets down there by a 1/10 and a half and goes under by a 1/10. 1096 on the 1106 dial. Will goes 3 over with an 8. And Will moving on to the next round. Rusty Hall, Brandon Bakey's. Almost 2 seconds. The head start going to the Fox body. Stick shifted 92 Mustang of Rusty Hall trying to go 1146. 959 is the number for the factory stock C Copo Camaro. The Samtech machine of Brandon Bakey's. Final 2 pairs. Stock eliminator round number 1. Green, green. Rusty banging through the gears. Brandon closing very quickly. Top end, who's it going to be? Brandon Bakey's. Brandon 38 at the tree. 1 over with a 2. Rusty was 47. 4 over 6. No good. Brandon Bakey's moves on. And your final pair, Bill Bogus and Justin Hutto. Bill in the iStock automatic 3rd gen, going to get almost a 2-second head start. 1163 dial. Justin trying to go 983 in the big block 69 Corvette. Justin hikes the front end up. Car makes a move towards the center line, but he gathers it back in. Closing the gap real quick, and at the finish line, Justin 14 up front. 990 with an 8 on a 983. Bill Bogus was 89 at the tree, 1 over 7. And by 14 thou, Justin Hutto closes out round number 1 of stock with a win light. Sportsman Motorcycle, round number 1 in the water box. Dave Gautreau left side. Gautreau, excuse me. Getting just a little bit more than a 1/10 of a second head start. He's dialed 899. Derek Dory throws an 888 up on the dial-in board. And Dave goes red by 4 thou. 890 with a 3 for Derek Dory, 143 miles an hour. Dave goes 893, 153, but the evil red eye comes on for him. Brings up Michael Nash and Michael Matthews. Matthews over on the right side, 796 the target, 782. Going to be the number for Michael Nash. Finished number 2 in Sportsman Motorcycle points last year in Division 4. Michael Nash, 2 thou too quick at the tree. Michael Matthews, 805, 159, 794, 152 from Michael Nash. So 2 straight red lights. Eddie Glaze, Robert Sanders, your next pair. Robert Sanders, the 3-time Division IV motorcycle champion. He's trying to go 798. Eddie Glaze, 913 is the target. Eddie's red by 3 thou. Robert Sanders, 12 green. 796, 160 miles an hour for Robert. Eddie goes 907, 138. So it's 3 straight pairs where the result has been decided by a red light. Dwayne Tucson, Shug out of Lake Charles, Louisiana, over on the right-hand side, 972 dial. About 0.4 of a second head start. Vince McCullough, left side. Vince dialed 938. And Dwayne goes red. So Vince goes 933, 140 miles an hour. Attention to the pits. Super stock. We need the first 3 designated pairs. Super stock. Joe Teuton, Jenkins, car number 4539, James Caro, Jerry Emmons, Jimmy Hidalgo, and Stephen Hall. We need you in the lanes, please. You are the 3 designated pairs. Joe Teuton, I believe it's Andre Jenkins, car number 4539, James Caro, Jerry Emmons, Jimmy Hidalgo, and Stephen Hall. And another red light. Jerry Pamela, 7th thou on the wrong side of the tree. Tony Davis will move on. Dean LeBlanc and Chris Theodoritis. Chris, that wicked stretched Hayabusa, 755 the dial. Dean gonna move first. 930 the target for him. Come on, we need 1 clean pair that's decided at the finish line and not the starting line. Well, they were both green. Chris Theodoritis is going to get the win. Every other pair we had a red light. This pair, Chris Theodoritis was 192 green. Dean LeBlanc was 263 green. This has been an interesting round of Sportsman Motorcycle. 776, 190 miles an hour for Chris for the win. Dean LeBlanc got there by 1/10 and a half and goes under by 1 thou, 929.9 on a 930. Paul Hallman and Corey Ellie, your next pair. Paul getting a head start, 1114 the dial on the right-hand side. Corey on Dwayne Tucson's other bike over on the left, 1082 the target. That's more like it. Both of them get away clean and green. Corey Ellie was 006 and had plenty of room down there at the finish line. 1098 on a 1082 for the win. Paul Hallman was 35 up front and then couldn't run the number. Goes 1134 on the 1114. And your final pair. Round number 1 of Sportsman Motorcycle, Brenda K and Ricky K. Husband and wife. Who's going to be sleeping on the couch? Brenda's on the right side. She's dialed 864. Ricky's going to move first by a little more than 1/10. throws an 877 up on the board. And Ricky 008, Brenda 200. 884, 144 Ricky. 877, 147 Brenda. So Sportsman Motorcycle round one, we had 8 pair. 6 of them were decided by a red light. One of them, we had a 192 light and a 263 light. Then we had one by JC3 Energy Services. First pair, Rick Huffman and Willie Flores. Willie on the left side, out of San Angelo. Rick over on the right side for accelerated graphics. Going to see his son and daughter-in-law come up a little bit later on as well. Clean and green for both of them. How about Rick 008 on this end, double breakout. Rick goes under by 5 thou, Willie under by almost 5 hun. So Rick turns on the win light. Jim Jones and Chris Benham, your next pair. Chris over on the left side. His dad Scott running comp eliminator here this weekend. Race engine development. Jim Jones, retired law enforcement officer out of Lake Charles, Louisiana. Green, green. Off the stop. Finish line, it's going to be Jim Jones. He was 10 up front, dead 9, 19 total for the win. Chris Benham was 29 at the tree and had no chance from that point. He was 1 over the 1. He's 29 at the tree. Jim Jones is 19 total. Jim Zimmerman and Peter Gahan, your next pair. Peter on the O'Reilly side of the racetrack out of Dallas. The American chassis car, 615 cubic inches, a big block Chevy power. Pushing that thing down the racetrack, and Jim Zimmerman out of Lago Vista over in the left lane. Once again, super stock designated pairs should be in the lanes. Super stock designated pairs should be in the lanes, please. Green and green. And Jim Zimmerman with problems on the top end of the racetrack. Sounded like the car just never came off of the throttle stop. He goes 11:57. Peter Gahan realized that Jim was nowhere near him and was coasting on the top end. 9:10, 154 for the win. Brandon Mouton, Kyle White. Kyle out of Oklahoma. The home builder over in the left lane, 632 cubic inch GM power plant. And for Brandon Mouton, one of the few Mopar powered entries in the field. Once again, the 3 designated pairs in super stock. Joe Touton and Andre Jenkins, James Caro and Jerry Emmons, Jimmy Hidalgo, and Stephen Hall. Green light's a pair. And Kyle White had plenty of room at the top end because Brandon Mouton was 362 at the tree. And then goes 931, couldn't run the number. 897, 161 for the win. Nathan Martin, Derek Purvis, your next 2. Purvis on the right-hand side out of Missouri City. Nathan Martin for Mike Carlson Motor Cars out of the DFW area. And Nathan Martin red by 1/1000th of a second. So Derek Purvis will move on. Goes 886.9 at 183. Keisha Huffman coming up on the right-hand side for Ruckburn Raceway or R&M Race Trailer, C&D Racing. Accelerated Graphics and RPM Weather, Shauna Brinkley left side for Roof Tech. And Houston Cheap Fireworks, and Keisha can go ahead and put it in the trailer as Shauna Brinkley. Goes 887 and 176. Keisha 23 red. Going to bring up Kyle Sechrist and Chase White. Once again, our 3 designated pair for Superstock need to be in the lanes right now. Our first 3 designated pair for Superstock presented by Stanfield Racing Engines. We need you in the lanes right now. So a couple of Okies duking it out on the track right now. All right, who's going in first? Kyle Sechrist flickered the bulb for a second. Chase is in. Top end of the racetrack, win light going to go to Kyle Sechrist, 19 up front, one over with an 8 for the win. Chase White was 33 at the tree, 887.4. Under. He had a very small window to get something done right there. It was like 0.004 of a second. If I'm trying to do math in my head, it's going to be a long day, so just take my word for it. Shannon Brinkley and Kevin Wilson, your next 2. Kevin right-hand side, Shannon left side for Roof Tech and Houston Cheap Fireworks. Green lights for both. 2 thou between them on this end, and it's going to be Shannon Brinkley. Kevin Wilson gets there first by a hun, goes under by 7 thou. 891, 172 for Shannon. Chris Dodd, Sean Neidig. Dodd for Rare Morrison, an A1 performance. Premier Landscaping. Taking their time rolling into the pre-stage beams. Attention the pits. Our 3 designated pairs for Superstock. We need you in the lanes immediately. Our 3 designated pairs for Superstock. We need you in the lanes immediately. Jimmy Hidalgo, Stephen Hall, James Caro, Jerry Emmons, Joe Touton, and Andre Jenkins. All of you, all 6 of you, need to be in the lanes right now. And Chris Dodd turns it 3 red. Sean Neidig's going to get the win with an 044 light. 886, 178. Holden Larice and Chris LeBlanc, your next pair. Holden for Larice Motorsports Insurance. Chris LeBlanc Also in Super Street here this weekend. And Holden Larice turns it red by 2 thou. Chris LeBlanc will march on into round number 2. You're going to go down there and stop the clocks with an 885 at 182. 886, 183 for Holden. But a scant 2 thousandths of a second. Too quick at the tree. Dawson Wicks and Nick Smith. Dawson over on the right-hand side. Dawson is dad David, father and sons racing. And Nick Smith. So Nick Smith. Green lights a pair. Dawson way out front at half track. And goes way under. He had 7 hun advantage at the starting line. Takes 2 tenths and goes 875. Nick Smith goes 889 at 170 miles an hour. Trinae Crisoni, Charlotte Heffler. Trinae again for Larice Motorsports Insurance. Kent Height, the recipient of the Larice Motorsports Insurance Perfect Run Award. So he's going to be $1,000 richer at the end of the day, as Charlotte Heffler for Pro 1 Racing and Safety rolling up on the left side. In a double breakout, Trinae Crisoni goes 887 for the win. He was 006. Charlotte was 11 at the tree, goes 886.3. Brings up Blake Allen on the left side. Don't have a name for the... Oh. So Todd Irwin right side, Blake Allen left. Oh boy. Oh boy. Blake Allen, 005. Double breakout, under by 5 thou. Todd Irwin, 59 at the tree. Goes 883 with a 5. Brings up Mickey Durando and Clint Castello. Mr. Margarita over the right-hand side. Mickey Durando, a airline pilot by trade, actually landed his personal plane here at the racetrack for a bracket race one time. Didn't let anybody know he was going to do that, so the safety crew actually thought that he crashed in the back of the pit area.
Haven't heard that story.
Yeah. Oh, and I found out. I was talking to him last. So green for both of them. Down at the finish line stripe, the win light's going to go to Clint Castello in a double breakout. 16 at the tree. Mickey was 047. Mickey goes 885. Clint goes 889, under by only 8 thou. So Clint will move on to the second round. John Brenner, Michael Johnston, the next pair. And John Brenner gets backed out, so Michael Johnston will solo into round number 2. Attention the pits. Stanfield Racing Engines Super Stock. All of you, we need you in the lanes. Super Stock, presented by Stanfield Racing Engines. We need all of you in the lanes. As Michael Johnston goes 891-1, 166 for the win. Can you jump on for, actually, if you want to finish up Super Comp, I got to pee. Yeah, real bad. I can do Super Stock. Whatever you want to do, man. Actually, yeah. You want to do, since you did Super Stock last time, just go do what you got to do. So for the remainder of Super Comp first round and Super Stock, I'm going to go ahead and turn the mic back over to Mr. Joey Keith. Joey, thank you again for providing me the opportunity to take a little break here.
It is quite an honor for sure, my friend, and honored to always share the tower here from time to time. Has a little track prep up there up there on the left side of the racetrack as Ryan waiting patiently. Cody Reed waiting patiently. It's a little fluid coming out of the American Race Cars entry. As we are just about to wrap up with round 1 action of our Houston Chief Fireworks Super Comp category. Super Stock. We are calling you as well. Travis Salter says, bring them in. The Lupe Tortilla, dragster of Cody Reed out of Orange, Texas. For Cody and for Kevin. Car formerly driven by Chase Murray. So we are back underway. Round 1, Super Cup. So burnout's complete. Ryan Bedouin out of Richard, Louisiana. The 2021 Racecraft built dragster. Typically see Ryan in his super stock Camaro. He sold it a couple years ago to Will Carroll and got this dragster, and we see him now in the Super Comp category. Cody Reed, left side. And problems for Cody. And Ryan will get the win as Cody rolled the stage beams, unfortunately. Next pair, burnouts are complete. Richard Pearson and Bree Johnson. Bree from the Denver area, recently moved to the Oklahoma area. Sulphur, Oklahoma to be exact, and kind of asking her, hey, you like it here in Oklahoma? You like it here in Division 4? And she said, I love it. Absolutely love it. Now we got to work on her mom, Vicky, and Dad to get here, get to the Division 4 area. But hey, we are working on that. If you listen to Vicky, we've been working on it. And we'll love to have you here in Division 4 with us. But Bree, right side of the racetrack, alongside Richard Pearson, Edgewood, Texas. New car for Richard. Oh, baby. Bree Johnson, 894, 169. Bit of reaction time for Bree. And she'll go into round number 2 later on this afternoon. Marching right on through, Mark Powers and Ashley Dorando. We saw her husband a few pair earlier. Let's see if she can come out on the other side of things. Ashley out of Texas City, Texas. Started racing here in juniors. She said, I'm sad to see it go. Mark Powers out of Buda, Texas, the IT project manager, the Mullisville dragster. Left side of the racetrack. Red light start for Ashley by 8 thousandths of a second. Mark Powers motors on to round number 2. 885, 182. Listen up out in the comp pits. Racers, once we call round 1 to the lanes, those who are not qualified, be prepared. We are uncertain of the exact 32, so again, be prepared just in case. Once we call comp, have a representative in the back of the lanes or something just to make sure there's a shot for you to get in there. So again, don't load things up. Let's see what happens here in round 1 for comp. Once we call you, if you are not qualified, come to the lanes or bring a representative to the lanes just in case you're able to fill a spot. Austin Williams, Hunter Patton. Oh, baby, what a pair for round 1. This is Hunter Patton's stomping ground, and he has got a shot right here. Top bin, it goes to Austin Williams. Pair of breakouts. Hunter setting him down hard down there. 86, 4 under, loss. Williams setting it down, 87 for the win. Hunter Patton 24, Austin 46 on reaction time. And Austin just did a little bit better job at the finish line to get that win light. 887 wins for Austin Williams. Mike Bailey and John Warren. Once again, comp. If you are not qualified, when we call you to the lanes, bring representative to the lanes with you just in case there's a chance of filling a spot. 32-car field. John Warren, local racer, the mechanic at Pearland, Texas. Oh, and Mike Bailey rolled the beams, and John Warren gets a solo. And he takes advantage, 877, 173. So we'll see John Warren in round number 2. Mike Bailey is going to be frustrated. He is probably going to be muttering words I can't say over the PA system. So John Warren moving on. Steve Collier. Steve Collier, left side, the manpower machine. The Exner Racing dragster. Final call, super stock. Final call, super stock. All y'all. There they go. Clean and green. Collier up alongside. Give it to Exner. How about 006? 889.8. Takes out Collier's 036. 887.8. Heath Phillips and Kevin Thorpe. Your next pair. Thorpe out of the way cool town of Knickerbocker, Texas. Heath Phillips out of Scurry, Texas. Some really cool names in Texas. There's just no doubt about it. Scurry, Texas. Knickerbocker, Texas. Little wiggle right there for Phillips. Let's see if he can capitalize. He does. 886. Win light for Heath. As Kevin Thorpe was way quick out there. 883, 174. So Heath Phillips moving on. Tanner Thorpe. This would be Kevin's son. And Donnie Burleson. Donnie B. Typically see Donnie. Running big money bracket races. Both these racers grew up in the big money bracket scene. There's a pretty good chance they both raced each other at some point. Give it to Tanner. How about 895? 004 light takes out Donnie B. Leonard Greathouse, Rodney Coslow. Leonard in the Scooter Chut owned dragster and gets the win light. 888 for Greathouse. Takes out Coslow's 885. So Greathouse moving on. EJ Pickle and Mike Holcomb. Mike, number 6 in the world, local racer. Started here back racing juniors. For Wright Trailers, Holcomb Racing, Ray Tay. Alongside EJ. EJ has 2 pro mods at home, and he said, you know what, I needed something else to do. So, look at EJ. 003 at the stripe, 891. For the farmer out of Sweeney, Texas, gets the win light over Mike Holcomb. Mike was 19, 891 as well, but just couldn't get in there. Great drag race by 3 thousandths of a second. EJ, moving on. Justin Frost, Hazlet, Texas. And Chris Arbana. Justin, the CFO, cabinet maker. And oh, my goodness. 5 thousandths too quick for Justin out of the start. 889.0 for the loss for Frost, and Christopher goes 34 light, 890 with a 1. 5 thousandths too quick. Landon Martinez, Ryan Miller. Oh, man. Oh, Landon Martinez, 001, goes down, takes a bunch, breaks it out 2 thousandths of a second. Ryan Miller, 891, behind 6 Hun at the start, and pushes out Landon Martinez. Tess Blomberg, and Mitch Withers. Mitch, the roadster-bodied machine. Tessa. And the dragster up alongside. Close, close, close. Give it to Withers. 893. 174. Tessa breaks it out. Super gas, please. Houston Sheep Fireworks Super Gas, round 1. To the lanes, please. Ross Larice and John Alonzo. See a big mile-an-hour top end charge from Ross Larice, the insurance executive. If you watch really close, you can see which one reacted first, and you can see big time which one reacted first right there. And it was Ross Larice. Ross looking and getting over towards the center line. 894. Slowing to a 183 pass. So when you can say slowing to a 183 pass. So Ross Larice, 20 light, 894. Alonzo losing 893. Chase Murray and Devin Coslow. Combine Texas, the plumber. Summit side of the racetrack. And Chase Murray, working for ExxonMobil out of Orange, Texas. Recently engaged to his lovely fiance, Myra. See the whole family down there watching. Wow. 9 thousandths difference from the start. Finish sign shows us Devin. Pair of breakouts. Devin 004, 889.6. Murray 13, 884.2. Out of here. Our final car of round 1. We'll include your buy run. Terry Pollard, Montgomery, Texas, the auto technician. Terry and Robin. Super stock comes to the water box. So Pollard will round things out. Once again, Super Gas to the lanes, please. Super Gas. Houston Chief Fireworks, Super Gas. Come on down. $884, $187 for Pollard. And that does it for Super Comp. Stanfield Racing Engine Super Stock into the water box. So we had 48 entries paired up here for round number 1. Rusty gives him the let's go sign, and Andre Jenkins and Joe Touton, the King Cootie entry, the truck dealer out of Louisiana. 68 model Barracuda, $882 the dial in, $1095 for Andre. Again, super gas to the lanes, please. Houston Sheep Fireworks, super gas. There goes the Camaro. Here comes Joe Touton. King Coda scarfing up that Camaro. King Coda, your winner, $887 for the win as a breakout for Andre. So Touton moving on. Good matchup here. Burnout's complete. Jerry Emmons, Jammin' Jerry, and James Cairo. 999 dial in for Jammin' Jerry. Cairo, 982. That Challenger, the Engines Inc. entry. Here we go. Cairo up alongside. Jerry looking. Jerry looking. He's going to set it down right about there. Give it to Cairo. How about 982? 6 on a 982. 41 reaction time for James. Jammin' Jerry, 058, dead on 4. Not going to get there. 15 thousandths at the stripe for James Cairo. Jimmy Hidalgo and Stephen Hall. The Hall brothers racing. Again, a racing family that's been a part of this track for many, many years. As you see Rusty watching on. There he goes, Stephen. Here he comes Hidalgo. Going to the drag races. Give it to Jimmy. 975. 009 light. Both drivers on big breakout passes. Jimmy breaks out the least. Jimmy moves on to round number 2. Hagen Gary. Doug Fazalar. The six pack there for Hagen, 1237. 870 for Doug. It'll be a big spot. Hagen's looking. Here comes that big dart. Hagen letting it down hard down there. 1238 on a 1237. How about 005 with the start for Hagen? That's Doug. 871. chasing. Can't get there. Hagan, Gary, your winner. Teammates, Jeffrey Miller and Terry Emmons. Didn't work the ladder very well that time. Jeffrey Miller, 981. 915 for Terry. Camaro's out. Here comes that Cavalier. Terry up alongside. Terry Emmons, 922. 13 light. Emmons, your winner. That's Jeffrey Miller, 20 on the bulb, 989. Will become a spectator. Here comes Jerry Grenier. Tom Gordon, once again, super gas, please. Houston Cheap Fireworks, round one, super gas to the lanes. $960 for the CUDA of Tom Gordon. Chevy 2, a Grenier, stick shift, $953. Give it to the deuce. Grenier, $956 and a $953. Good race by a dime. Give it to the Chevy 2. Craig Gutierrez, Coffee Craig, and Harvey Emmons. Another one of those Emmons Cavaliers, Lucas Oil sponsored machine. One of many. And Craig just sat there. Harvey Emmons, 965 for the win. Stan Holt. Lloyd Wolford. A couple of guys have been down a racetrack a time or nine. Lloyd, the Engines Inc. owner-operator, the Mopar. 989 is Stan Holt, number one qualifier. The Chevy 2. Lupe Tortilla. $986. Drivers taking their time to get staged up. Here we go. Stan. Got it. 989 on a 986. Breakout for Walford by 5 thousandths of a second. Stan Holt, your winner. J. B. Clegg. Owen Burkett. The 79 Regal, Covington, Louisiana. 1121. Owens dial in. JB 962. Red light start for Owen. And JB went to the 2-3 shift and there was nothing there, so hopefully it's A-OK. JB will come into round number 2. Hopefully fixed and ready to go as Owen red lit first. Judson Holt and Sam Lusko. Judson for Lupe Tortilla, the 2021 Challenger. Dialed a very quick 8:27. Again, he just got his license, Belrose, a couple of weeks back. Alongside the always tough Sam Lesko. $9.74 for Sam. Red light start for Sam by 19 thou. Judson, your winner, 885, slowing, 127 miles an hour. Saw his wind light on. Said, I'm going to take it to 1,000 foot and just lift off the gas. Judson Holt moving on. Pete Perry and David Latino. Tough pair right there. 9:15 for Pete. Red light start for Pete. David Latino. We carry that little Cobalt. Round number 2, 9:79, doing it. 5,000's too quick for Pete Perry. Brittany Blackman and Ryan Atkinson. Brittany Blackman, 9.63.4 and a 9.63. 4 the win, takes out Ryan Atkinson, who is 6 over the dial in. We get a couple of more burnouts complete. Paul Candies and Brenda Grubbs. Paul, the part of that Candies Family Racing, fleet of cars. 9.72, 9.15 for Brenda. Brenda Grubbs, your winner, 9.19. Better reaction for Brenda. It's Candies. A little too quick. 14,000 is too quick at the finish line. Shane Blackman. Gary Emmons. 10.14 for Gary. 10.31 for Shane. Few pair yet to finish out round one here of Stanfield Racing Engine Superstock. We're going into our Houston Cheap Fireworks Super Gas. Big wheels up right there for Gary. He's chasing Shane. Give it to Shane Blackman. 12 light, dead 3, 15 total. Gary Emmons is 27 on the tree and no chance at that point. So Shane Blackman moving on. Brett Candies, Thibodaux, Louisiana, the manager, the Cobra Jet. Jason Mola, Kent Washington, the truck driver. Calais. Calais are fun. Yeah, they're all fun. Oh, it's no fun when it goes red, especially by 1 thou. Brett Candies, your winner. 9:37 for Brett. Next pair up. How about we got Corey Mahi and David Janik. Final qualifier for Corey earlier. Car lost fire after the burnout. I looked at him in the lanes and I said, what happened? He shrugged his shoulders like, wow. So at least this burnout sounded good. Let's see what happens here as he stages up this Achieva. 984 for Corey, 860 for Janik. Well, he staged. And he left. Hey, that's good. And he got the win light, 981 for the Achieva, Corey Mahi. Both drivers break out. He breaks out the least, and so he will go into round 2, he being Corey Mahi. The Superfly, 55 Bel Air, Jeff Heffler, and Hunter Perdola. 978 for Hunter, 943 for the Pearl 1 entry of Jeff Heffler. Final call. Super gas. Oh, red light start for Hunter. Jeff says, thank you. I'll take it. So he goes Superfly down the racetrack. 937. Jeff Franklin and Monty Bogan. Monty and his dad, longtime racers, and I tell you, they are tough. He's tough right there, 904. Just about gave that back, though. 2 thou stride margin for Monty. My goodness. We'll see him a little bit later in comp. Problems for Norman Marsden. He goes red, so win light's going to go to Will Hill. 1075. Keaton Mahi burnout complete alongside Alvy Merrill. Blanchard, Oklahoma, the 405 Performance Products entry. Keaton Mahi, Frisco, Texas, second year college student. $9.25 dial in for Keaton. Albie looking to his right, and Keaton going to be your winner. How about 9.28 and a 9.25? 6,000th margin of victory going to the Trans Am of Keaton Mahi. So he'll join his dad in round number 2. Michael Bryant will have a competition by run. He was slated to race Hayden Trumbull, but as we've seen in Q2 earlier, Hayden left the line good, got about 100 foot out, and the car just shut down, and he coasted on through, so appearing to the point that he could not get it fixed for round 1. So Michael Bryant will get a solo. Actually, we have 3 by runs to end out the session for round 1. $10.59 for Walt Walker on his solo, and Brandon Bakey's solo run. One more super stocker at the ready line to round it out in Super Gas coming out of the tower. Tom Thorpe Trucking, top dragster to the lanes, please. Tom Thorpe Trucking, top dragster. Come on down for round number 1 of eliminations, please. $9.51 for Brandon. $10.08 for David, and that does officially round out round 1 of Stanfield Racing Engine Super Stock. We have Houston Cheap Fireworks Super Gas in the water box. We have called Tom Thorpe Trucking top dragster, round 1 to the lanes, please. So with that, Super Gas coming up. I'm going to step aside and give the mic back to Chris. So again, top dragster, come on down, please. Top dragster.
So our 990 competitors, Super Gas sitting in the water box waiting patiently. And the schedule for the remainder of first round of eliminations, as Joey mentioned, after Super Gas will be Tom Thorpe Transport Top Dragster, Roof Tech Comp Eliminator, and then Sheneda Machine Top Sportsman. And rounding out first round is going to be the Everyday Chef Junior Dragster Shootout. Your first pair of Super Gas cars. John Wright, left side. Keith Purvis, right side. Purvis found his way into the winner's circle at the Spring Nationals last year, the final running of that event. So you're like nothing more than to do the same thing here today. 9 at 90, the target in Super Gas. Get to the finish line first without going quicker than 9.9 seconds. Green lights a pair. And Keith Purvis gets down there first by 4 hun, goes under. John Wright was 11 at the tree. 994.2, 162 miles an hour for the win is Jim Cottle and Roger Warren, your next two. Pair of Corvettes, full-bodied car left side, that's Jim. Roadster right side, that's Roger. Super Gas, first round of eliminations. Clean and green, Jim out front. Roger closing the gap. Top end, win light to Jim. Oh, baby, Jim Cottle, 009. One over with a 0. How about 19 total for the win? Roger Warren was dead too, but was 044 at the tree and had no chance from that point. Chris Best and Jerry DeBusk. A few national event wins under both of their belts. Best on the left-hand side in the Nova. DeBusk right-hand side. DeProbe. Green, green. Off the stop, to the top end they go. Win light, gonna go to Jerry. Double breakout. Chris goes way under, 982. 987 for Jerry. 4th thou separated him at the tree. Chris was 008. Jerry Pollard and John Salter. John, points leader coming into this weekend as he was king of the mountain in Super Gas at Belle Rose last month. 615 cubic inch big block underneath the hood of the Grand Am. Jerry Pollard. Jerry in the blue oval product. And Jerry's out front. And I'm pretty sure we could all see the massive hole shot that John Salter had. He was 048. Jerry was 290. John off the throttle before the finish line, 998, only 153 miles an hour. That car is capable of running 170 plus on the throttle stop. Mike Peavy and Shannon Brinkley, your next pair. Shannon, the Roof Tech car over the right-hand side. Mike Peavy. Corvette Roadster over in the left lane, 63 body style. Green and green. One of these guys was 009, and it was Mike Peavy. How about 13 total? 009, dead on 4. Shannon Brinkley was 045 at the starting line and was locked out. No shot. Jimmy Pollard, Zach Eckert, the Mustang 2 over in the left lane. Jimmy Pollard, I think I called that a Vega yesterday. Zach Eckert, the Fox body, over on the O'Reilly side of the racetrack. Five thou on the wrong side of the tree for Jimmy. Zach is going to go into round number 2 as he's going to stop the clocks at 9:97.4, 137, 9:94 at 140 for Jimmy, but 5 thou on the wrong side of the Christmas tree. And the evil red eye comes on for him. It's Scooter Wilkins. Gatesville, Texas-based Chevy 2 over in the left lane. John Liebum, the Milk Wagon. I mentioned yesterday this car's been in the family for a long time. John, I think it was the first race of the year in Belrose, showed me videos of his grandfather racing this car in Mexico. And no, I'm not talking about slang for street racing. This was back when the NHRA had a divisional event in Mexico. Green lights a pair. The 8th mile mark. Scooter's still out front. John's closing quickly, and John is going to the next round. Double breakout. John was 002 at the starting line. Scooter was 25 at the tree. Not bad, but it's not 002. Scooter goes 983. John 987. And in the double breakout, he moves on. Florentino Martin, originally from Villa Hidalgo, Mexico, over on the left side. And Austin Hickey, Ponchatoula, Louisiana, the Corvette Roadster over on the right side. Florentino made a couple of time trial runs, and I think he was down in the 8s on both of his time trials. So let's see if he's figured out a way to get this car a little bit closer to 9.90 seconds. Oh boy. Oh boy. Big advantage on the starting line. Austin Hickey, he is 031. Florentino was 280. 994 for Austin for the win. 1026, 149 for Florentino. Dell Hall, Jim Rod Cap. Dell in the Grand Prix, left-hand side. Jim in the Corvette Roadster over on the right. Unless his occupation is brain surgeon. No, that's not true. Green and green. Dell's off the stop. Jim comes off as well and is closing fast. Quarter-mile mark, win light to Jim. 11 at the tree. 2 over with an 8. Dell was 46 up front and had no shot. He was under 87.8 on the 990. Brittany Roach and Tim Miller. Tim Miller, the founder of Texas Equisurge, over on the O'Reilly side of the racetrack. Green a pair. The 1,000-foot mark. Brittany a little bit out front. Finish line, win light. Tim Miller. Only 3 thou between them at the tree. Tim goes 4 over 3. Brittany 5 over 8. And Tim moves on to round number 2. Colin Becker, Peter Gahan, your next two. A couple of first-gen Camaro Roadsters. Peter's on the O'Reilly side. Colin over in the left lane. Summit side of the racetrack. Green and green. Colin slightly out front at 8th mile. Finish line, it's going to be Peter Gahan, double breakout. 87.6 for Peter, 86.4 for Colin. Peter under by less, he moves on. Steve Collier and David Owens, your next pair. David, the Corvette Roadster, 57-year model over on the right-hand side. Steve Collier, the Manpower, 72 Vega. Sunset Racecraft providing the power, 615 cubic inch big block underneath the hood of Steve Collier's machine. Once again, we need Tom Thorpe Transport's Top Dragster. Top Dragster, first round, you should be in the lanes. Top Dragster should be in the staging lanes. Again, Top Dragster, you have been called. You should be in the staging lanes, and the lanes look empty from where I'm sitting. Top Dragster need you right now. As David Owens in a double breakout, 88.7. Steve Collier, 88.1. David Owens closer. Moves himself closer to a Wally as he goes on to the next round. Derek Thibodeau of Van Arnold. Thibodeau, the third-gen Camaro, over on the right-hand side. Van Arnold, the 63 Corvette Roadster, over on the left. Green and green. Big into the racetrack. Wind light going to go to Van Arnold, double breakout. 982.6 for Van, 981.7 Derek Thibodeau. Both of them under by a boatload. Clint Parker, Craig Conaway. Clint, I believe last season had a full-bodied first-gen Camaro, now in a 63 Corvette Roadster. And Craig Conaway, the 95 Monte Carlo. Once again, I need to see some movement from Tom Thorpe Transport's Top Dragster. Top Dragster, need you in the lanes. Top Dragster, need you in the lanes now. Green and green. Clint got his work cut out for him at the top end, and oh no, Craig Conaway was 10 at the tree, had 400 in his pocket, takes 2/10 at the stripe and goes 969. Clint Parker, 985 for the win. Chris Harrelson, Travis Salter, your next two. TravisSalterRacing.com. So, guys, we're going to be down for just a second as one of the cars in the previous pair apparently lost the brakes and went into the sand trap at the top end at a fairly high rate of speed. So we're going to let the safety safari and the track crew and emergency crews do their jobs, and we will update you as soon as we can. And we just got word driver is out of the car and okay, but we are going to be down until we can get all this cleaned up and sorted out. Hey, guys, if you are not involved with the car that went into the sand at the top end, do not go down there. Again, if you are not involved, like a team member of the car that went into the sand, do not go down to the top end. The driver is okay. He's out of the car. So we're just on hold until we get everything cleaned up right now. So the car that went off the end of the racetrack was Craig Conaway, the red Monte Carlo in the last pair. Craig is fine. He got out of the car under his own power, but the cleanup is ongoing. We will hopefully be able to get back to racing sooner rather than later, but the important thing is Craig is fine. He's out of the car under his own power. And cars can be fixed. And human beings cannot be replaced, so Craig getting out of the car under his own power, definitely the most important news out of that. And actually, Austin just texted me and said the car's not bad, so double plus. So we'll be back just as soon as we can. I want to give a thank you to Emmons Family Autoplex for coming on board and sponsoring the Comp Eliminator D4 Bonus Fund. Emmons Autoplex has been a family-owned and operated business since 1972 and has become one of the largest, most popular independently owned dealerships in the Webster, Clear Lake, Galveston, Dickinson, and Houston area. We currently have over 700 vehicles in stock, catering to practically every member of the family. If you are only looking to sell your vehicle, we will beat any written offer by $300. Our facility also provides a state-of-the-art service department and collision center. We are your one-stop shop when it comes to buying, selling, or repairing your vehicle. Visit EmmonsAutoplex.com today. Travis and Chris Harrelson getting back in their car, so we should be just a few moments away from getting back to the racing action. Race car to hot rod, Leaf Spring vehicle drivers can count on the Calvert Racing Team to set you up with the best in Leaf Spring suspension performance. From their revolutionary CalTrack system, split mono-leaf springs, a full line of front and rear shocks, and accessories to hook your car like never before, Calvert Racing has Leaf Spring suspension systems that consistently outperform the competition. With the CalTrack system equipped on more than half of the NHRA World Champions and the first Leaf Spring car in the 6-second zone in the quarter mile, Calvert Racing has what you need to get you to the win light. Visit their website at calvertracing.com today. Calvert Racing, the leader in leaf spring innovation. For more than 40 years, Comp Cams has had the parts to make big horsepower, both at the strip and on the street. Camshafts, lifters, rocker arms, valve springs, and a wide variety of related valve train components are available. Each part is built by the industry's largest team of engineers and backed by a knowledgeable tech support staff. Whether you're trying to get down the track first or you're just cruising through town, Comp Cams delivers. To learn what Comp Cams can do for your engine, call 1-800-999-0853 or visit compcams.com. 1,000 feet or 100,000 miles. Wherever you're burning rubber, Denso's line of Iridium spark plugs will get you to the finish line and beyond. With Denso Iridium plugs, you can count on optimized performance, unmatched power, and the endurance to last you 4 trips around the globe. Visit DensoAutoparts.com today and switch to Denso for the win. Did you know that surface rust begins forming in the cylinders of your engine just hours after you shut it off? And that high humidity makes the problem even worse? Well, now there's a way to stop it before it even begins. Foggett High Performance Fogging Oil. Foggett is a high-performance engine fogging oil which provides protection of cylinder walls and valves of racing engines between events, during periods of storage, during off-season winter months, and in high-humidity situations. Foggett contains a proprietary blend of chemicals designed specifically for the prevention of corrosion from humidity and acids to the internal combustion racing engine. Foggett is an NHRA divisional contingency sponsor for 2023, so stop by their display trailer in the pits and sign up for contingency decals today. And we are back. Houston Cheap Fireworks Super Gas. Continuing on with round number 1, Chris Harrelson left side. Says he's got a 9-to-5 job. Real descriptive, Chris. And Travis Salter, SalterRacing.com on board. Houston Raceway Park track manager. You saw Travis jump out of the car and haul butt to the top end after Craig Conaway's unfortunate incident. Wonder if that's going to affect his ability to get the car down the racetrack and do what he needs to do right here. Green lights a pair. Chris Harrelson, 006 up front, and in a double breakout by 2,000. Chris Harrelson will move on to the next round. 983 with an 8. Travis was 983 with a 6. So Travis can, unfortunately for him, go back to his day job for the rest of the day. Chris Harrelson goes on to round number 2. Jordan DeWald and Dennis Clark, your next pair. Dennis Clark, professional bourbon sampler, it says, in the Chevy 2. Jordan, that way cool 37 Chevy pick-em-up truck. Green and green. The 8th mile mark. Dennis is out front. Quarter mile mark. Jordan sticks the nose of the 37 Chevy out there, but a little bit too quick. 983.2, double breakout. Dennis closer to the 990 index, goes 987 at 138. Brings up Austin Williams and Terry Pollard. Austin, number 7 in the world in Supergas last year. And I'm pretty sure it was Supergas that he took home the Wally at the Big Go, the U.S. Nationals last year. He's over on the left side. Terry Pollard over on the right. Corvette Roadster. And it looks like our final few pairs of Supergas machines, and then we'll be ready for round number 1 of Tom Thorpe Transport's Top Dragster as Terry Pollard turns it red by 19 thou. And Austin Williams, former Sportsman Series world champ in Super Comp, I believe. I don't know. He was in contention for stock and Super Comp in the same year. Mitch Withers, Billy Atkinson, your next pair. Billy, the full-bodied Camaro. And Mitch turns it 4th thou red. So Billy's going to take that Carthage, Mississippi-based Camaro into round number 2. Big 10 tires and accessories. Along for the ride, he goes 981 at 167. Brings up William Young and Buddy Wood for Wood Tucker Racing, the sponsor of the Super Street category. Buddy's over on the left side. William Young, the full-bodied 69 Camaro on the O'Reilly side of the racetrack. Attention to the pits. Comp Eliminator. Comp Eliminator. Round number 1. We need you to the lanes. Comp Eliminator. Round number 1. We need you to the staging lanes, please. Anyone who is broke, please let us know so we can get those alternates in there. Green and green. Once again, comp racers, if you are broke and cannot make first round, we need to know so we can let our non-qualified cars know that they are in as alternates, as Buddy Wood in a double breakout goes 007 up front, 986.4. 4th thou closer to the index as William Young goes 986.0. No good. And he will go to the trailer. Buddy Wood goes to round number 2. Jay Johnson, Charlie Stewart, race car builder over on the left side, builds a lot of these roadsters out here. Green light, green light. Jay is way out front. Charlie's going to close fast. Does he have enough room? Oh, boy. Oh, boy. Jay Johnson had 0.08 of a second advantage at the tree, took the stripe by 1/10 of a second, and goes under 983.6. Charlie goes under as well, 987. But 0.12 of a second stripe for Jay Johnson. No good. He goes to the trailer. Charlie Stewart into round 2. And Mike Cobb getting the bye run. 63 on the tree. Goes 985 at 169. And that'll put a bow on round number 1 of Supergas. Tom Thorpe Transport's Top Dragster rolls out from underneath the tower. So your first pair of Wayne Landry, David Bills. Wayne Landry over on the right-hand side, the No Fear car. Mickey Thompson and FTI converters. David took home the title in Top Dragster at No Problem Raceway last month. Wayne with an abbreviated burnout. He's dialed 665. Wants to give a special thank you to wife Ricky. Clean and green. Wayne whopping the throttle. Goes under 660. 662, 198 miles an hour for Wayne. He qualified at 619, so I'm not real sure why he was dialed 665. Unless he was just trying to play some games with David Bills. David goes one over with an 8, 697.8 for the win. Mike Weaver and Mike Burns, your next pair. Burns over on the right-hand side, going to spot a quarter of a second to Mike Weaver. Mike did not get down the racetrack under power during qualifying. So he is pretty much flying blind right now. And Mike is going to be pushed back behind the starting line. Taking a close look at Mike Weaver's machine. Mike Burns just sitting there idling over on the right side. Mike Weaver fires it back up. Guess they fixed whatever was causing the issue. This is Tom Thorpe Transport's top dragster round at number 1. Real fast bracket racing. Mike Weaver making his best run of the weekend. Does he have enough to get it done? No. Oh, and he's got some smoke down at the top end. 634 for Mike Burns, 195. Mike Weaver goes 662, 210. You saw some smoke out of the zoomies down there at the top end of the racetrack. It's Frank Eckert and D. Cruz make their way back from the burnouts. Eckert over on the left-hand side. Engineer out of Calhoun, Louisiana, dialed 637. A little more than a quarter of a second head start before D. Cruz turns a Super Cruise missile loose, tries to track him down at the top end of the racetrack. D's dialed 610. You cannot dial any quicker than 610 in Top Dragster. Will Hanna typically turning the screws on that machine, but Will at Funny Car Chaos this weekend with the Penny Pincher Funny Car making its debut. Can't remember the gentleman's name that drives that machine off the top of my head, but ran fuel altered with it for a few years and put a funny car body on it this year. Oh no. Oh no, Frank Eckert, 3:53 reaction time. D. Cruz, 612, 228 miles an hour. He lifted before the stripe. It was still only 2 over. He took the stripe by almost 0.4 of a second. Frank Eckert goes 646 on a 637, but 3:53 reaction time. That is snoozing at the tree. Rusty Baxter, Chance Bullock, your next pair. Chance dialed 647, 665 cubic inches, a big block Chevy nitrous-fed horsepower sitting behind his head. And for Rusty Baxter, finished number 4 in the world last year. Number 2 in Division 4. Your number 5 qualifier, he went 6:11. He's dialed 6:15 right now. Green lights for both. Advantage at the tree. Chance Bullock. Advantage finish line and a double breakout. Chance Bullock, 6:43. Chance goes 6:43 on a 6:47. Rusty goes 6:07 on a 6:15. 3 Hun. Going to Chance at the starting line. And Chance moves on to round number 2. Michael Kyle and Brian Sandlin, your next pair. Brian's car been rattling the tires almost every run so far. No doubt hoping they got that problem resolved. List his job as an on-site daycare manager. Thank you to all of our bracket racers here at HRP for keeping my job entertaining this weekend. And Brian Sandlin turns on the red light by 3 thou. Michael Kyle will be moving on. He goes 6:29, 2:08. Brian goes 7:01, 193. And by 3 thou, Brian Sandlin turns on the red light, and he is done for the weekend. As I mentioned, talking with some of our bracket racers from Houston Raceway Park last night. A bunch of them collectively decided to keep my job a little more entertaining this weekend and put some very interesting careers on their tech cards. Mark Jones, Jim Thorpe, your next pair. The 2-time Division 4 top dragster champ left side. That's Mark. Jim Thorpe right side. For Tom Thorpe Transports, the sponsor of Top Dragster. Both of them driving the left, reel it back in, top in, win light, Jim Thorpe. Double breakout, Mark Jones under by 5 thou, Jim under by 1 thou. So Jim Thorpe moves on to round number 2. Both of them doing some moving around in the middle of the racetrack. Mark's car actually drove left at the hit. Able to gather it back up. J.R. Baxter, Nick Smith, your next pair. Nick and the O'Reilly side going to move first. 669 is the dial. J.R. Baxter, the 7-time divisional winner on the Lucas Oil Series schedule. JR dialed 621. Went 608 and 618 in qualifying. Heard the RPMs dip on JR's machine, and doesn't really matter. He still gets it done. He was 41 at the tree. Nick was 109. JR goes 1 over with a 1. Nick was 62 at 9 on a 69 dial. So Nick's weekend is done. JR finds himself in round number 2. David Dale and Jessica Ogden will be your next pair. So Jessica Ogden dialed 698 over on the right side. Moving first by about 0.05 of a second. David Dale, 623, the target. If you have a golf cart over here on the right-hand side, it needs to go elsewhere. Again, if you have a golf cart, green light's a pair. 2 thou between them up front, win light. Jessica Ogden. Hey, if you have a golf cart over here on the right.
Race Master Brandon, turn on your radio. Brandon, turn on your radio.
If you have a golf cart over here on the right-hand side on the return road, if you are not associated with the cars at the ready stripe or on the starting line, it needs to go elsewhere.
Pull left lane up. Pay attention.
Darian Bosch, Rick Carroll on the starting line. Darian left side for MKD Motorsports, 617 dial, 0.3 of a second head start going to Rick. Pair of centrifugally supercharged machines. Green and green. How about 003 for Rick Carroll, and then he just can't run the number. Darian, 621 on a 617 for the win. .214 miles an hour at the top end for Darian. As David Johnson, Grandpa Baby Larice, kind of an oxymoron there. Ross making his way back on the right side. Dialed 614. David getting 0.04 of a second head start. Final call, comp eliminator round one, final call, need you in the lanes. And if you did not qualify, you need to have your car ready because you may get in as an alternate. I think we may actually have enough broke cars to put all of our DNQs in. That didn't sound good. Baby Larice, 623 at 187. Shutting her down early. David Johns with problems just past half track, goes 969. Actually, just before half track. He was only going 102 miles an hour when he got to the 8th mile. As Holden Larice and Crystal Peterson appear to be the final pair. Sinead Machine, top sportsman. Sinead Machine, top sportsman. Need you in the lanes. Top sportsman, round one, to the lanes. Crystal Peterson and Holden Larice. So check this out. When we were in Belrose, Holden Larice became a dad on Thursday. Holden Larice was also at the racetrack running the top dragster Friday, Saturday, Sunday, 1, 2, and 3 days after becoming a father, while his wife was still in the hospital. So either Holden has a death wish, or he's married to the coolest woman on the planet. Holden for Larice Motorsports Insurance, one of our great sponsors out here. Paid out $1,000 already this weekend to Kent Height. Actually, it may have been $2,000. So I don't think anybody in Belrose had a perfect run. But Kent Height went trip zip perfect at the tree, dead on zero. Holden spotting just about a 1/10 and a half to Crystal Peterson. She's dialed 627. He's trying to go 612. Final pair, round number 1 atop dragster. Oh boy. Oh boy. Holden, double, 4 and double breakout. Holden goes 609. He's under by 3. Crystal Peterson, 621 on a 627. She's under by 6. And Holden closer to the dial. He will move on. And round number 1 of Comp Eliminator, presented by Roof Tech and the D4 Comp Eliminator Bonus Fund, is rolling into the water box. Real quick swab of the right lane before we send them down. Hey, if you have a golf cart over here on the return road, unless you are associated with a car on the racetrack or at the ready stripe, it needs to go elsewhere. Again, if you have a golf cart on the return road and you are not associated with a car on the racetrack or at the ready stripe, it needs to go elsewhere. And under no circumstances are there to be any golf carts, four-wheelers, anything else past the blacktop where it changes from black to gray. The Roof Tech D4 Comp Eliminator Bonus Fund was born and bred in the heart of NHRA's South Central Division to preserve one of the most diverse categories in drag racing. This special program delivers over $350,000 in cash payouts and benefits to the participants in the series. All Comp Eliminator racers are eligible to compete, and you don't even have to claim D4 as your home division. You too can be a sponsor of the Roof Tech D4 Comp Eliminator Bonus Fund with sponsorship benefits including public relations exposure and added advertising. Best of all, it's a tax write-off. So as you're wandering through the pits, check out the unique and innovative cars of Comp Eliminator and join us in cheering for the competitors in the Roof Tech D4 Comp Eliminator Bonus Fund. And your first pair, Monty Bogan and Kenny Laughlin. There's Kenny. If you weren't with us earlier today, Kenny had some issues on his final qualifying attempt. Some slick stuff came out of the bottom of the power plant. And fortunately for Kenny and his guys, they were able to get the car repaired and back up here for first round. And once we get into eliminations, Comp Eliminator, you're going to notice a lot of these guys do not make a full pull. They will shut it off before the finish line. Reason being, if you go 56 under your index or better, you will get penalized accordingly for the next round. So your index will be adjusted. You're not going to get quite as much of a head start as you would. Kenny turns at 57 red. Monty Bogan going to have a free ride into the next round. He coasts across at a 914, 124 miles an hour. The system that is in play in Comp Eliminator is called the Competition Index Control, or CIC for short. As I mentioned, for example, Kevin Douay, his index is 750. And with mineshaft conditions, the threshold for a penalty goes from 51 under to 56 under. So if Kevin was to go a 690, for example, provided he wins his round when he comes up for round 2, his index would be adjusted down to a 745. And that is in effect for every round of eliminations. But make no mistake, there is no breakout in Comp Eliminator, only index adjustments. The first one to the finish line turns on the win light and we'll move on to the next round. Keith Hall, the D Supermod, started its life as a factory-built 2005 Cavalier, and just like GM always intended, it was converted to rear-wheel drive, and Keith stuffed a small block Chevy in there. Stick shift transmission. He's going to get almost a 1.5-second head start, which is a full Christmas tree, before Kevin Douay turns that A Nostalgia dragster loose and has to track him down by the quarter-mile mark. Cubic inches and weight with these different combinations determine which class they are in. Oh, Keith Hall, 001 red. And they both shut it off, coast on out the top end. 772 for Kevin Douay. As Ashton Hudson and Rick Brown make their way out of the water box. Ashton and the Hudson family for Ambi Ampersand Soap Company and 00 Green. His daughter Bliss doing a great job feeding me all kinds of information on Comp Eliminator. Sponsor reads, ladders, you name it. If you want to know more about Comp other than what I'm able to break down in between pairs of cars, go check out, can't remember what page she's on actually, but Bliss has a series of videos explaining Comp Eliminator in great detail. My name is Chris Monahan. If you want to find me on Facebook, I'll go ahead and share those as well. That sounded like I just asked for friends on Facebook over the PA, didn't it? Green lights a pair. Rick Brown driving left at the hit. Reels it back in. And Rick's going to get the win. Takes his foot out of it well before the finish line. Both of them did. 8:45, 137. Rick will move on. Taylor Chemiskey and Dwayne Robinson in your next pair. Taylor, the F Supermod, 303 cubic inch small block power, 3rd gen Camaro. Chemiskey Performance, talentcore.com. On board, Dwayne Robinson, the C altered full tube chassis, fiberglass body, 2015 Camaro, 342 cubic inch small block Chevy on board. Ooh, Dwayne Robinson turns it red. Dwayne runs at a pretty good ways out there. He goes 753. Taylor Chemiskey coasts across to a Taylor coasts across to a 952. It's going to bring up Greg Camplain and Don Thomas. Camplain out of Indiana over on the right-hand side, the C Econo dragster. As I mentioned earlier, the C Econo combination mandates a wedge head, a single 4-barrel carburetor, as do most of the Econo classes. 304 cubic inch small block underneath the hood scoop. Well, the scoop, no hood on a dragster. Camplain Machine Company. Don Thomas, the engine builder out of Amarillo. C dragster, automatic, also utilizing a small block Chevy for power. For Refine Energy Services, Robert Lemming, Matco Tools, and Golden Spread Motorplex. About a quarter of a second head start going to Champlain. Clean and green for both. Slight advantage at the tree going to Champlain. Let's see if Thomas can track him down. Finish line. Wind light says, you betcha. 7:10 with a 9. 49 under for Thomas. He moves on and will save his index. Champlain goes 7:65, 1:30. Shenandoah Machine Top Sportsman. Attention the pits. Shenandoah Machine Top Sportsman. We need you in the lanes for round number 1, please. Top Sportsman, one more time. We need you in the lanes for round number 1. Yeah, I'll catch you downstairs. Sounds good, buddy. So Brad Brewer is supposed to be alongside of Glenn Treadwell. Made the drive over from Florida, and unfortunately the car would not fire. So Glenn is not going to take the tree. Brad Brewer, all he technically has to do is stage the car up. Brad runs it out about 400 feet and collects it off. Car left pretty well, 106, 60 foot. Brings up Mike DePalma and Scott Benham. Benham in the B-Truck automatic machine. 302 small block Chevy providing the power. Mike DePalma, the Lee Sharp owned G Altered. Lee was kind enough to provide me with a little Tennessee Goofy Juice last night. Once race day was over, of course. If you're fortunate enough to join that club as well, by the way, that is not a normal grape slushy. DePalma going to get a slight head start, 0.12 of a second. His index 9 flat. Scott Benham at 888. Green and green. Side by side, good clean runs down to the stripe. 840 with a 9 for Mike DePalma, and he is going to take a little bit of a hit into round number 2 as he's 59 under the index. He's going to bring his index down to 896, if I did the math correctly in my head, which I probably didn't. It's kind of hard when I run out of fingers and toes to count on. That's Roger Brogdon for Roof Tech, the fearless leader behind the D4 Comp Eliminator Bonus Fund. Scott Cascio. Scott in the A Supermod Automatic Cobalt. 401 cubic inches of Chevrolet power underneath the hood. Roger has a Pro Stock power plant and an automatic transmission in that 2020 Camaro bodied car. The B-Altered automatic full tube chassis purpose-built race car. Well, I mean, everything's a purpose-built race car in Comp Eliminator, but the Supermod cars, of course, did not start out that way. So Casio getting almost a second head start. 8:52 the index. Roger 7:60. Only 2 thou between them at the tree. Winlight Roger Brogdon 694. Whoo. Whoo boy. Roger just lost 10 off his index. So he'll be at 750 next round. Correction. Nitro Joe, you were actually correct. I was mistaken. Mineshaft rules only affect permanent hits. So you still start losing index at 51 under, not 56 under. So Roger just lost 15 off his index. Oi. Keith Maughy left side, the F altered. Kayla Mazaris right side, the K altered automatic. Top Sportsman need you now. Top Sportsman need you now. Kayla turns it red. 28 on the bad side of the tree. Keith Maughy runs at about 800 feet, shoves in the clutch. 846, 113. Once again, Top Sportsman, Sinead Machine, Top Sportsman need you right now. Top Sportsman need you in the lanes now. Final call, Sinead Machine, Top Sportsman. Final call. We need you there like yesterday. Jim Kimbrough. Sean Dodd, your next two. 0.8 of a second ahead start going to the C Econo altered of Sean Dodd. Wedge headed 315 cubic inch small block. Between the frame rails of the Cobalt. And for Jim Kimbrough, out of Florida, 309 cubic inch small block underneath the scoop, behind his head, however you want to call that. I need another energy drink. Long day. About 2 Huns separate them at the tree. Finish line stripe, give it to Jim Kimbrough. 62 under. So Kimbrough's going to be at 776 in round number 2. As far as an index goes. Greg Schenk, Cody Lane. Saw Cody's dad earlier today in Super Stock. Cody and his dad actually doubled up in the past. Both found their way into the winner's circle at the same event. Greg Schenk behind the wheel of Raymond Martin's K altered automatic. So many cool cars in Comp Eliminator and so much innovation and creativity involved in these combinations. Supermod Cavalier of Cody Lane going to move first. Green, green. Slight advantage. 5 thou to Greg at the tree and at the finish line. Winlight to Cody Lane. Cody 65 under. Cody's index will move from 896 to 881 in round number 2. Adam Hickey, Dennis Smiley, your next pair. Adam, the B Dragster Automatic, 2-time national event winner and 2022 Comp Bonus Fund Point Series winner. Attention the pits. Everyday Chef Junior Dragster Shootout. Listen up. We need ages 6 through 9 in lane 7. We need ages 10 through 12 in lane 9, and ages 13 and up in lane 11. Again, Everyday Chef Junior Dragster Shootout. Ages 6 through 9 in lane 7, ages 10 through 12 in lane 9, and ages 13 and up in lane 11. Need you there ASAP. Adam getting about a 1/10 of a second head start. Dennis Smiley hiking the front end up, and ooh, there's something coming out of the bottom of Adam Hickey's machine. Dennis Smiley turned it red. And Adam was trailing some smoke after about 100 feet. Ray Goodman and Jeff Taylor, your next pair. Jeff qualified in number 14 spot. The Nickens and Whiteley. JNA Service sponsored B-Altered Automatic Cobalt. And we're going to have to take a look at the racetrack real quick before we send anybody down. If you're in the Denver area and find yourself on the side of the road, pick up the phone and give Harlan Towing a call. With a 50-plus year history, Harlan Towing is owned and operated by Comp Eliminator racer Clint Neff. If you're in need of towing and recovery services in the Denver area, remember I-70 and Harlan Towing Company are here to help. Give us a call today. If you're in the market for a specialized motor vehicle, trailer, or enclosure, make Clegg Industries your first call. Based out of Victoria, Texas, Clegg Industries has over a 50-year history of supplying the Department of Defense, aerospace industry, and many other satisfied customers across the globe. Stop by the pits today or visit online at cleggind.com to learn more. What's the most important tool in your garage? Well, you are. Your hands, just like your tools, are essential, so treat them that way with Double O Green hand cleaning products. Doctor formulated and handmade with spa-grade ingredients to be the best that hand cleaning has to offer, it gets the grime off while leaving your hands feeling, looking, and smelling great. You'll look forward to sink time at the shop with Double O Green hand products. Get clean and get paid. Double O Green soap products pay contingency at all NHRA divisional events. Stop by the display in the comp pits at this event or visit the website at ambeampersand.com. Triple H Structural Steel Covers has been building custom carports, patio covers, RV covers, boat covers, commercial covers of all types for over 30 years. If it needs a cover, we can build it. All of our covers are built to last and exceed the Texas and Louisiana windstorm code of 150 miles per hour. Our covers have survived many high wind storms, and we proudly service Southeast Texas and Southwestern Louisiana. Call 281-303-8500 for a free quote. Check us out on Facebook, Triple H Covers, or on the web, HHStructuralSteelCovers.com. Ray Goodman and Jeff Taylor will get the all clear to fire them back up. Goodman's going to get about a 0.3 of a second head start in the A Econo Altered, little 32 Bantam on the O'Reilly side. Green lights for both. Big into the racetrack. Win light to Jeff Taylor. 7:34, 162 miles an hour. Was able to click it off a little bit early. Ray Goodman off pace, goes 8 flat at 139. Steve Basgall and Craig Bourgeois, your next pair. Basgall in as an alternate in the C Econo Dragster. The trucking manager out of Augusta, Kansas. He's going to move first by just about half a second. 791 the index, 743 for Craig Bourgeois. He was 63 under in qualifying, went 679 in the A Nostalgia car. Mechanical fuel injection and that 411 cubic inch alcohol burning power plant. Always love watching these A Nostalgia cars leave the starting line, because 99 times out of 100 the front wheels are in the air for the first 60 feet plus. And Craig goes flying by Steve, 724, 145 miles an hour. Steve saw Craig come around him, shuts it off, goes 836, 122 miles an hour. So Craig saves the index. Ed Federkyle and Chase Williams going to be your next pair. Chase number 6 in the world, a comp eliminator last year. So Ed Federkyle getting in as an alternate. Owns a custom truck shop in Cooper City, Florida. The B-altered automatic Pro Stock style Avenger with a D-stroked Pro Stock power plant. Index is 758, 747 the number for Chase Williams. And the B Econo Dragster went 64 under in qualifying. So about a 1/10 of a second head start going to the door car. And we have a couple more pairs. Comp Eliminator machines, and then Top Sportsman will be ready to rock and roll for their first round. Once again, Everyday Chef Junior Dragster competitors, we need you to lane 7, 9, and 11, please. 6 and 9-year-olds, lane 7. And Ed Federkyle turns it red by 3 hun. Chase Williams will move on, coasting to a 738. Just listen to Clark Smiley's machine. Talk about two cars that could not be any more different. Callie Neff, the J Dragster Automatic. Four-banger with an automatic transmission, naturally aspirated. Clark Smiley, the double B altered, supercharged, 306 cubic inch small block. Burning gasoline. He was your number one qualifier, went 80 under the index. Definitely don't want to do that in eliminations. Double 06 for Clark Smiley. Big end of the racetrack. Win light going to go to Callie Neff. Callie goes 771. .65 under. So Callie's going to take a pretty solid hit to the index going into the next round. Clark Smiley clicked it before the finish line, 740 at 166. So your number one qualifier out of here in first round. And that'll do it for Comp Eliminator. Top Sportsman is at the ready stripe. We're going to treat the bald spots on the starting line. Before we send Kevin Wilson and Macy Higgins down the racetrack. If you're just tuning in on the NHRA.TV stream or on the YouTube broadcast, or if you're just joining us out here in person, welcome. On behalf of the NHRA and Lucas Oil, to the final divisional ever to be run here at Houston Raceway Park. We appreciate everyone being here with us and watching online. Lots of great racing still left to go today. Attention to the pits, final call. Everyday Chef Junior Dragster, final call to the lanes. Need you there right now. 6 to 9-year-olds should be in lane 7. 10 to 12-year-olds should be in lane 9. And 13 and up, you should be in lane 11. Final call for juniors. You should be in the lanes now. Kevin Wilson over the left side. He's going to get a full second head start. He's dialed 767. Macy's dialed 667. For Dwayne Higgins Trucking out of Mulberry, Arkansas. 832 cubic inches of big block Chevy. That's not even big. That's massive block Chevy. Basically, the pistons are a 2-liter Coke bottle. Green lights a pair. Kevin out front at 1,000 foot. Does Macy have enough racetrack? Yes, but she takes too much stripe. She takes 600. She goes 63 on a 67. Kevin had 100.5 in his pocket at the tree, 21 to 36. He goes 72 on a 67 at 173 for the win. He goes to the next round. Macy can start the drive back to Arkansas. Ben Bloomberg and Bob Galletti. I'm sure these guys looked at the ladder and went, uh-oh. They realize they're running each other. Very tough competitors, also very good friends off the racetrack. Benton the Firebird over on the left side, 706 cubic inch, big block Chevy. QuantaServe Machining and Pennzoil on board. Bent's going to move first by a little more than half a second. He's dialed 688. Bob at 632. In the Jeff Cummins own New Tech Global and All-Star Properties GT500. Went 628 in qualifying. Only slowed it down 4 hun for round number 1. I think Bob typically tries to dial in the 40s for eliminations, so it's pretty aggressive for that car. Oh boy. Bob Galletti goes 005 on the tree, goes 635 on a 632 for the win at 215 miles an hour. Bent was dead 3, 37 at the tree. Add those numbers up, you get 5 thou at the finish line. Brings up Paul Robinson and David Bills. David and Roy Fisher's Cavalier over on the left-hand side. Throws a 733 up on the board. 648, the target for Paul Robinson. According to the information on the announcer's screen, prior to his last qualifying attempt, his career best was 661 at 215. He went 651 in qualifying, and now dials what would be another career best for him at 648. So last and final call for juniors. Very last and final call. Everyday Chef Junior Dragsters. Lane number 7 should be our 6 to 9-year-olds. Lane 9 should be the 10 to 12-year-olds, and lane 11 should be 13 and up. This is the very last and final call for juniors. Oh boy. Paul Robinson was dead late. He goes 188 at the tree. David Bills was 28 up front, goes 5 over with a 7 at 169. Florentino Martin was supposed to be alongside of Henry Kendall, but Henry is not able to get the truck to fire. Tough break for Henry as he had a brand new engine in that truck. Qualifying session number 2 is the first full pull with that power plant. And now it will not fire come time for elimination. So Florentino's going to solo his way into the next round. Florentino 007 up front, 650, 221 miles an hour. Super Street, we need Wood Tucker Racing. Wood Tucker Racing Super Street, round 2. Wood Tucker Racing Super Street, round 2. We need you to the staging lanes right now. Cole Prejean and Alan Firestone, your next pair. About 7/10 of a second head start going to Cole, the Southland Fire. Modern Marine GTO. Alan Firestone, the 10-time winner on the divisional circuit. Gonna have to run him down in that Elite Motorsports powered Camaro. Alan Firestone, the nitrosated car on the right side. Cole Prejean. I think he might have a little bit of spray on that car as well. Clean and green. Firestone with the advantage at the hit, and he goes too quick. Alan Firestone gets there 5 hun ahead of Cole Prejean. Cole was dead 8. Alan had a little room. Alan had a little bit of room. He had 2 hun in his pocket at the tree. And he definitely lifted early, only 204 miles an hour on the big end of the racetrack. But got there 5 hun ahead of Cole. It goes under by a little more than 2. Travis Leach, James Ogden, your next pair. Travis, the Red Baron 63 split window Corvette. Went 720 in qualifying. He put 696 on the window for first round. James Ogden, that beautiful 55 Chevy. He's dialed 647, went 649 in qualifying. Oh boy, James might be in trouble, and he's not. Smoke coming off the back of Travis Leach's machine again. He goes 727 at 175. Travis was 007 on this end of the racetrack. James Ogden 655 at 209. And I do believe that James Ogden sat on a horseshoe before that round, a 135 light and a win light. That's not something you say very often in top sportsman competition. Mark Griffin, Jim Thorpe, your next two. Centrifugally supercharged Camaro of Jim Thorpe, the O'Reilly side of the racetrack. Hey guys, once again, if you have a golf cart in front of the tower and you are not associated with the cars on the line or at the ready stripe, it needs to go elsewhere. So left lane's getting some maintenance. Not real sure what that is. So Mark Griffin, the compressed air car over on the left side. If you weren't with us earlier during qualifying, Mark Griffin's car has a tank of compressed air on board. And when he goes wide open, a valve opens and it forces a bunch of air in. Does the same thing a supercharger does, basically. Jim Thorpe getting the win here. Mark Griffin was 148 on the tree, goes under by a thou. Jim Thorpe 39 up front, 5 over with a 6 at 200 miles an hour for the win. And this looks to be the, well, one of the final pairs anyway. In Top Sportsman, we're going to give the left lane a quick once-over before we send Mark Beering and Jeremy Mouton down the racetrack. Moser Engineering has been racing across 5 decades through 3 generations of racers and is proud to have been supporting the Sportsman racers since the beginning with a 2-day turnaround. Everything we make, from axles, rear ends, suspension, and brakes, are made here in the good old USA with one goal in mind: so you can win. Custom-made axles and rears without the wait. Check us out online at moserengineering.com or call and talk with our knowledgeable and friendly staff at 260-726-6689. The best quality and the best support. Only Moser Engineering. Weldon High Performance designs and manufactures the most reliable fuel pumps, regulators, and fuel filters for both carbureted and EFI high-performance engines. From our Big Bad Carb Series pumps to those for EFI setups, Weldon brings over 80 years of general and military aviation manufacturing expertise to its entire fuel system product line, making Weldon the choice of NHRA championship-winning sportsman racers across all categories. Visit weldonracing.com to learn more. For Weldon, from the flight line to the starting line. High performance and low prices. Get the parts you need today at Jegs High Performance. Get free same-day shipping on millions of items from over 600 brands. Jegs offers unmatched value through everyday low pricing. Find it cheaper and we'll match it. Click on jegs.com today. 100% satisfaction and lifetime support are included with every order. The place for performance since 1960. Jegs. I love doing the Jegs ad. Strange Engineering has been the leader in driveline, brakes, and suspension components for over 50 years. Quality products, quality service, and a true enthusiasm for the racing industry is what Strange Engineering is all about. Visit us online at strange.net to get the parts to keep you safe and on the track. Remember, don't just race, race Strange. Cone Engineering is proud to continue our support of Lucas Oil Drag Racing Series competitors on both the divisional and national level again for 2023. Cone Engineering transmissions and torque converters have been a winning combination for more than 40 years. Cone Engineering manufactures the best performing and most reliable automatic transmissions, torque converters, and precision components in the industry. Our extreme strength and extra light technology components are what can keep Cone transmissions and torque converters ahead of the competition. Join the long list of race winners and NHRA world champions like David Rampey and Jeffrey Barker, who rely on Cone transmissions, torque converters, and components by calling us today or visiting us online at coneracing.com. When it's time to purchase a data acquisition system, turn to the industry leader, Computech Systems. Computech has been providing racers with the best in motorsports technology since 1986. Just ask any of our past NHRA contingency winners, including Alan Johnson, Warren Johnson, David Rampey, and Al Kinney. Computech's DataMax data logger with a digital dash will fit anyone's needs. Give Computech a call today to discuss their data acquisition system and reserve your free copy of the latest demo software, the DataMax. From Computech can help you The DataMax from Computech can help put you on the fast track to the winner's circle. Call 1-800-870-8383 to order risk-free with a 30-day money-back guarantee. Also, visit us on the web at www.computech.com. When you want proven performance, there's one brand that's been around for more than 80 years. Edelbrock. building the finest American-made performance products for the street and the track. Edelbrock Total Power Packages deliver dyno-proven parts for maximum results. Edelbrock has thousands of made-in-the-USA performance products for all makes and models. Well, while it's quiet, I would like to issue a sincere apology to Macy Higgins. I've been calling him a she this entire weekend. So, Macy, my sincerest apologies. So Mark Buring and Jeremy Mouton fire him up. Jeremy dialed 7 flat, has not made a full pull yet in the Dodge Stratus on the O'Reilly side of the racetrack. He's going to get a 0.2 of a second head start. And Mark dialed 680 in the Cobalt. Lists his job as a retired future beekeeper. And Jeremy Mouton drops the clutch 3 hun too quick. And Mark Buring goes 679, 202 miles an hour. Jeremy decides to run it on out the back door, 836, 175. So Chris Arnold was supposed to be alongside of Anthony Manzella. Anthony unable to make the call. So Chris will have a free ride into round number 2. Once again, we need Super Street. Super Street. We need you in the lanes. I don't see any of you, and I need to see all of you. Super Street. You should be in the staging lane. Super Street. Need you now. Chris Arnold, 51 at the tree. Stops the clocks at a 672, 205. Here comes Darian Bosch, your number 1 qualifier. Joey Keith cannot be the only one who knows that Mason Higgins is not. So Darian Bosch, your number one qualifier, went 6:17.5. That is, oh my goodness. Well, okay, so I did not think I'd have to talk about this rule very much this weekend, but in Top Sportsman and Top Dragster, if you go quicker than 6 seconds, you are disqualified from the event and have to take 0 points. Darian Bosch just went 594 at 202 miles an hour. He had the chutes out early, too. Oh, wait a minute. Something is not right here. Hang on 1 second. Okay, so if I had looked at the time slip from top to bottom, I would have seen that Darian's 60-foot showed as 675, which is pretty much Attention to the pits. We need the left side of the ladder for stock eliminator. Left side of the ladder for stock eliminator. We need you to the lanes, please. So our 6 to 9 year junior dragster shootout brought to you by the Everyday Chef rolls up to the starting line. Maxton Pavlock with a bye run. Dial's 12-15, but doesn't really matter with nobody in the other lane. Wow, Maxton Pavlock, 0.46 at the tree. Very solid light, goes 12.01, 54 miles an hour. And your next pair, Ryder Cresoni and Blaine Carroll. Blaine over the right-hand side. Dialed 14 flat, getting just over a 2-second head start. Winner will get Maxton Pavlock in the final. Green light, green light. And Ryder Cresoni goes under 1182 on the 1198 dial. Blaine Carroll goes 1406. Reagan Pika holding Pavlock, the first pair in 10 to 12-year-old junior dragster shootout. 8.99 the dial for Holden over on the left side. Reagan puts an 8.93 up on the O'Reilly scoreboard. And Reagan's red by a hun. Holden goes 8.90 with a 1, 72 miles an hour. Slate Urbanik left side, Haley Pennington right side. Slate 8.96 the target. Haley trying to go 8.90. Haley Pennington tardy on the tree. Slate Urbanik gets down there too quick, goes 0.26, takes a bunch of striping, goes 8.88 on the 8.96. Haley goes 9.58 for the win. Oakley White and Blake Mouton, your next pair. Blake, the O'Reilly side of the racetrack, trying to go 9.72. Oakley puts an 8.90 up on the summit board. Attention to the pit. Stock Eliminator, need all of you. Stock Eliminator, need all of you to the lanes. Stock Eliminator, every single one of you, need you in the lanes. Green lights a pair. Oakley trying to chase down Blake, top end of the racetrack. Blake had the advantage at the tree, but goes too quick. Double breakout, 9:55 for Blake on the 972. Oakley goes 8:82 on the 890 dial. And Oakley will move on. Raceland Pavlock left side. Cooper Thibodeau over in the right. Cooper trying to go 9:11. Raceland at 8:90. Green light, green light. Raceland is already out front. And in a double breakout, Raceland goes 8:86. Cooper goes 8:94. Brings up Parker Freeman right side. Cash Wilkerson over on the left. Cashed out 8:96. Parker at 8:90. Final call for Super Street. If you are not there, we're about to run without you. And Stock Eliminator once again. We should have all of our Stock Eliminator competitors in the staging lanes, both sides of the ladder. So Cash Wilkerson going to get 0.06 of a second head start. And he turns it red by 9 foul. Parker Freeman will move on to the next round. And that's your final pair. Going to have a solo run coming now. Colton Farley will have the bye run into the next round. Colton Farley double 0-2 on the tree. Goes 888 at 72 miles an hour. And Taylor Freeman with the bye run coming up on the right side. So refire Taylor Freeman. Dialed 8 flat, but nobody in the other lane. And Taylor goes 784, 82 miles an hour. And first pair in our 13 and up group. Madeline Poplawski right side, Mario Gonzalez left. Mario dialed 814. 0.2 of a second head start. Madeline 794 is the target on the O'Reilly side of the racetrack. Clean and green for both. Advantage at the tree goes to Mario. Advantage on the racetrack goes to Madeline. Double breakout. Mario takes 500 at the top end. Goes 811.2 on the 814. Madeline goes 793.2, under by 8 foul. She'll go to the next round. As Carmen Nelson and Cole Foster going to be the next two to take the beams. Both of them dialed 790, so a heads-up start. Well, Carmen Nelson goes 002 at the tree, double breakout. Carmen goes 787. Cole goes 783. Cole under by more. Carmen moves on to the next round. Brings up Race Ragland and Emily Miller. Emily over on the left-hand side, 796, the target on the summit side of the racetrack. And for Race Ragland, 829 is the number. Attention the pits, last and final call. We need all of our stock eliminator racers for round number 2. Stock eliminator round 2 should be in the staging lanes. If you are not there, you are late, late, late. And Race Ragland turns at 56 red. Emily Miller 16 up front. Goes 787 at 83 miles an hour. Case and Belt right side, Caden Salter left. Caden with the advantage at the tree goes dead 9. Case in 8:52 under by a little over 400. And Caden takes the SalterRacing.com banner into the next round. Hayden Pennington and Cameron Nelson, your next pair. Hayden getting 3.5 tenths head start over in the left lane, 825 to 790 are the dial-ins. Super Street, the 1090 category, will be coming up next after the completion of this round of Junior Dragster. Clean and green a pair. Cameron Nelson trying to track down Hayden big into the racetrack. Winlight says yes. Cameron Nelson, 37 up front, 2 over with a 1, 76 miles an hour. Hayden Pennington was 48 on the tree. Takes a stripe by 500, goes under. 820 with a 9 on the 825, 77 miles an hour the speed. Kagan Cleveland and Ava Rogelski, your next two. Ava Rogelski. Well, they're both dialed 790. Ava's over on the right. Kagan left side. Ava's red by 11 thou. Kagan Cleveland dead 0. 82 miles an hour. Brings up Mikey Hammer's right side. Owen Blair left. Owen 795. Just 200ths of a second a head start to Owen. Is Mikey trying to go 793 as Super Stock rolls, or Super Street rather, rolls out of the staging lanes. Should have all of our stock eliminator competitors in the lanes as well. Mikey turns it red by 300. Owen runs it out the back door, goes 783, 83 miles an hour. Next two will be Landon Emmons, the Lucas Oil electric car over on the right side. If you were in a golf cart and you were past the black fence in front of the super seats, you need to come back this way. And as a matter of fact, if you have a golf cart out here on the return road and you are not associated with one of these junior dragsters out here, you need to move it right now. Whoever's in the golf cart at the finish line, it needs to go somewhere else. If you're in that golf cart down there at the finish line, it needs to go somewhere else. Cameron Froning, 18 at the tree, double breakout. Cameron goes 811 with a 7 on the 814. Landon Emmons, 790 with a 7. Douglas Hughes and Timothy Rivette Jr., your next two. Rivette left side, spotting a 10th, something about 1800ths of a second over to Douglas Hughes. And Rivette turns it red by 13 thou. So Douglas Hughes will be moving on to the next round, goes 8 flat, 81 miles an hour. Brings us to Addison Rogers and Carter Poplawski. Final two pairs of juniors in round number one. Carter dialed 798 in the O'Reilly side. Green lights for both. Only one foul between them on this end of the racetrack, and Addison Rogers goes one over with a 0. 27 total for the win. Carter Poplawski, 18 at the tree, goes under 791 on a 798. And final two, Slate Rabina right side, Leah Hughes left. These two have met many times over the years here at Houston Raceway Park. Slate turns it red by a 10th, and Leah Hughes is going to go on to the next round. 782, 82 miles an hour. Slate goes 784, also 82 miles an hour. Round number one of the Everyday Chef Junior Dragster Shootout is complete. Round number two of Super Street is at the ready stripe. Hey guys, if you have a golf cart down here on the return road, again, it needs to go somewhere else. We cannot have all the golf carts crowded on the return road in front of the tower. The golf carts on the return road in front of the tower need to go somewhere else. We cannot have the traffic jam on the return road, guys. The originator of the self-tuning fuel injection market, Fast continues to revolutionize the industry with its cutting-edge EFI systems, intake manifolds, throttle bodies, and more. With an engineering and support staff unmatched throughout drag racing and the performance aftermarket, Fast is simply the leading name in fuel air spark technology. Fast technicians are available by phone toll-free on the EFI helpline at 1-877-334-8355 or check out fuelairspark.com. Holley Ultra XP carburetors are up to 38% lighter than our traditional race carbs, have fuel capacity that is 20% greater, and 30 other new features. They're available in Holley's Hardcore Gray hardcoat anodized finish with black billet for improved corrosion protection. They're also available in natural tumble polished aluminum with your choice of black or red metering blocks and base plate. The aluminum Ultra XP comes in 600, 650, 750, 850, and true 950 CFM. Holley XP Ultra carburetors are the ultimate in square bore race carburetors. Hoosier Racing Tires is proud to be a participating sponsor of the NHRA Lucas Oil Drag Racing Series. Let our performance race tire technology help put you in the winner's circle. When you're looking for an advantage, remember the name Hoosier Racing Tire because they truly are tires designed for champions. See us in the manufacturer's midway or contact the authorized Hoosier Racing Tire dealer nearest you for product information to accommodate your racing needs. And first pair in round number 2 of Super Street, brought to you by Wood Tucker Racing, fires up. I'm going to roll up into the water box. Pair of 69 Camaros. Going to kick things off, Ross Ragland and Hayden Brown. Hayden over on the right-hand side, based out of New Orleans, Louisiana. Ross over in the left lane, the black and orange machine, refinishing technician and a painter by trade for Ross Ragland. Heads up start, 1090 is the index in Super Street. If you go under that, you break out, and breakouts are no bueno. Red light start for Ross Ragland, 23 on the wrong side of the tree. So Hayden Brown's going to move on. He gets down there at 1087, 133 miles an hour. Dennis Harrelson, the split bumper Camaro left side. Thomas Marlowe, the Chevy 2 in the O'Reilly side of the racetrack. Clean and green. Glued together at the 1,000-foot, and at the finish line, it's going to be Dennis Harrelson. Thomas Marlowe goes 11:09 off pace. Dennis had about 100th of a second advantage at the tree. 11:02 on the 1090 index for the win. David Owens and Ray Todd. Next pair down the racetrack. First gen Camaro left side of David Owens. The Chevy 2 over on the right-hand side, 454 underneath the hood of Ray Todd's car. Green light, green light. Off the stop, and away they go. Ray Todd out front at 1,000-foot on the brakes and in a double breakout. Ray Todd goes 1085.7 for the win. David Owens 1085.3. David was 007 at the starting line. Ray was 30. David got down there by 2 hun, almost 3 hun. It was just a little bit further under. Chuck Weir, Jay Costales. Street legal Chevy 2 wagon with a supercharged Coyote power plant underneath the hood. And Jay Costales, 67 Corvette. Been around quite a while. Chuck's out front. Jay's off the stop, closing the gap rather quickly down there at the finish line. Double breakout, and by 1/1000th of a second, Chuck Weir closer to the index, 1088.2. Jay goes 1088.1. And Jay is done for the weekend. Austin Kilgore, Bart Nelson. Austin, the Ford Lightning pick-em-up truck over on the left side. An original Ford Lightning taking on Bart in that Chevy 2. Austin, 4 thou, too quick at the tree. Bart was 001. And at the finish line stripe, Bart goes 1080, 143 miles an hour. 1 thou away from a perfect light. It's Billy Hughes and Ray Dew, your next two. Billy, the first-gen Camaro. Ray, the 1970 Chevy Nova, the 565 cubic inch big block. Motivating it down the racetrack. Clean and green. Ray Dew, how about 005 on this end? And Ray gets there by 4 hun. And in a double breakout, Billy Hughes is closer to the index. 1088.6 for Billy, 1087.3 for Ray. So Billy moves on. Ray, after going 005 on this end of the racetrack, is putting it in the box. Colton Pear, Kent Height. Kent had a perfect run in first round, meaning was trip zip on the tree and went dead zero. Colton Pear, Kent Height, both of them get away clean. Big end of the racetrack, win light, Kent Height. Oh, baby, Kent Height dead two, 17 up front. Tony Jones, Milo Elkins, pair of first-gen Camaros. Milo's 1 thou red. Tony 16 green. He is going to run it out the back door, 1077, 149. He moves on to round number 3. Attention to the pit, Sportsman Motorcycle. Sportsman Motorcycle, round 2. We need you in the lanes. Sportsman Motorcycle, round 2 to the staging lanes, please. Greg Parson right side, Brian Gustafson left, and Greg turns it red by 8 thou. And Brian will move on to the next round. He goes 1083, 129 miles an hour. And Jared Ross coming up in the Anglia over on the right side. Jay Bunce, the 64 Plymouth Belvedere, the summit side of the racetrack. And Jay is 12 red. Jared will move on. 1082, 146 for Jared. Jay was dead 131 miles an hour, but 12 thousandths of a second on the wrong side of the Christmas tree. Mike Feeler and Wendell Shelton. Next pair to go down. Wendell the Chevy 2 out of Gilmer, Texas, San Angelo. That's where Mike Feeler calls home. Mike out front at 8th mile. Mike out front at 1,000 foot. And Wendell comes around him in the lights. 1092.3, 153 miles an hour. Mike had about 200 in his pocket at the starting line, but could not hang on. And Wendell Shelton moves on to round number 3. That'll do it for Super Street, brought to you by Wood Tucker Racing. And Stock Eliminator, round number 2 in the water box. First car down is going to be Jimmy Hidalgo, the country dog. The G-Stock Automatic 91 Corvette has the bye run into the next round. And Jimmy goes 11:24, 108 miles an hour. As Riley Trumbull and Vern Buchanan next to put him in the beams. Vern, the 351 powered 73 Mustang, based out of Conway, Arkansas, trying to go 11:11. 1077 is the target for Riley in the Chevelle. Vern is 167 red. Riley goes 1069, 121. Next pair, Brett Candies and John Cox. John, the Mercury Comet E-Stock automatic machine on the right-hand side, 1152 the dial. I believe John threw a 9-pack at his opponent in first round of eliminations. Brett Candies, the factory stock B Cobra Jet Mustang, spotting over 2 full seconds to the Comet. 934 the target for Brett. Both of them get away clean and green. Finish line stripe and a double breakout. It's going to be Brett Candies, 927 on a 934. John Cox goes 1139 on an 1152. Candies 144 miles an hour out the back door. Brenda Grubbs and Ron Segura. Segura, the 4th gen, dialed 11 flat. Going to get over a second head start. Brenda's putting a 984 on the window of the AA stock automatic, 427 big block powered. 69 Camaro. Big wheels up launch for Brenda. Big starting line advantage for Brenda, and she goes dead 1. How about a 15-pack for Brenda Grubbs. Ron Segura was 97 at the tree, goes 10.92. Under by 8, Hun. Attention to the pits. Tom Thorpe Transport's top dragster. Top dragster, we need you to the lanes. Top dragster, we need you to the lanes, please. Jane Braswell and Candice. Couple of ladies duking it out on the racetrack right now. Ann in the Malibu wagon, Jane in the 350 small block powered Camaro. Uh-oh. Ann might be in trouble. And she is. Jane Braswell, 94 at the starting line, goes 11.20 on the 11.17. Ann was 287 at the tree, goes 12 flat. No good. She goes to the trailer. Jane goes to round number 3. Bob Vogel and Jerry Davis the next pair. Vogel the Malibu over on the left side. Dowd 11.73. Bob going to move first by about 0.8 of a second. Jerry going to have to track him down. Big wheels up launch for Jerry Davis. Starting line advantage went to Vogel down at the top end. Bob goes dead on with a 2. Jerry goes under by over 0.1 of a second. And he was locked out from the hit as Bob was 34 total. Jerry was 104 at the starting line. April Merrill and Harvey Emmons. Harvey, the 396 big block powered A stock automatic first gen Camaro. April, the F stock automatic 69 Nova. She's being spotted just about a full second. Green and green. Lucas Oil Machine trying to track down April at the finish line. It's going to be Harvey Emmons. Harvey 19 up front, 2 over with an 8. April was 92 at the tree, and again, locked out as soon as she left the starting line. Brian Ponville and Austin Ford. Austin with Larice Motorsports Insurance along for the ride. Lucas Oil, Mickey Thompson Tires, and of course, Samtech. The Cobra Jet Mustang. Spotting 2 seconds to Brian Ponville. Austin dialed 9.12. Brian at 11.11. Starting line advantage to Austin Ford. Brian Ponville could not quite run the number. He's off by over 0.6 of a second. 11.75 on the 11.11 dial. Austin goes 9.36 at only 124 miles an hour. He had come around Brian by the time they hit 1,000 foot. Brian Massengill and Everett Vassar. Massengill the Copo, summit side of the racetrack, 948 target, 1065 for Everett Vassar, the 4th gen LS powered car. A Waxahachie. Massengill 11th thou, too quick at the starting line. Everett Vassar 10:62 and a 10:65. But the evil red eye coming on for Massengill, so Vassar's moving on. Charles Ford, Ross Ponville. Next two down the racetrack. Green for Charles, green for Ross. The chase is on. Bow tie trying to chase down the Mopar product. New school, old school, what's it going to be? Top end, wind light says Charles Ford. 61 up front, 2 over with a 0. Brian Ponville, too quick, 10:27 on a 10:30. He had a very small window. About 7th thou, and could not make it happen. I want to issue a quick correction. I know that at one point Scott Benham built the power for Clark Smiley, but Michael Compton reached out and informed me Don Thomas at PPE actually builds the power for Clark, so apologies to Don. 80 under, a monster run in Comp Eliminator. Don Thomas knows how to make some power. Matt Pelleschino, Bryce Grenier. And Matt turns at 16 red. Bryce will be going to round number 3 of eliminations. He goes 10:53, 123 miles an hour. Sam Lusko, Sheila May Holt, your next two to go down. Sheila, the stick shift Chevy 2. Lupe Tortilla gang loves her stick shift cars. Sheila trying to go 10:78. Sam puts an 11:26 on the window of the Challenger. Sheila turns at 11th thou red. Sam Lusko moving on. And big into the racetrack. 10:69 for Sheila. 11:26. Wow, Sam goes dead on with a 6. It's going to bring up Archie Cohn and Justin Hutto. Justin, the AA stock automatic big block 69 Corvette, about 0.3 of a second head start. Archie in the Copo in the left lane. 950 is the target for Archie. Justin Hutto hitting the wheelie bar hard. Car making a little bit of a move to the left. He gets it gathered back in. Justin Hutto, how about 009, dead to 11 total. There was an 11 pack at Archie Cohn, who was 144 at the tree. Goes 945 at 140 miles an hour and could not get there. Brandon Bakey's. Raymond Smith. Another old school versus new school matchup. Raymond Smith, the 340 dart out of Genoa, Louisiana. Owner of a CarQuest auto parts store over there. The stock automatic machine puts a 1091 up on the summit side of the racetrack. Brandon Bakey's puts a 958 on the window of the Copo. Brandon Bakey's had a 5-hun advantage at the tree, takes 6-hun at the stripe, and goes under by 1-hun. 9:57 on a 9:58, too quick. Raymond Smith goes dead 4. It was 61 on this end of the racetrack. Brandon Bakey's came around him in the lights, but got there too quick. And he goes to the trailer. Raymond Smith goes to round number 3, brings up Will Carroll and Jimmy Hidalgo Jr., the country pup, a.k.a. the champ. See the giant number 1 on the side of the GTO. He's going to move first. Will Carroll, 10:37, the target for the big block 69 Chevelle. And Jimmy, red by 2-hun. Will is moving on to the next round. 10:36, 127, 10:99, 111 for Jimmy. Final pair, stock eliminator, round number 2. Tom Thorpe Transport, top dragster, you should be in the lanes. Top dragster, we need you in the lanes. I only see a couple of cars. I need all of you. Top dragster, round 2, final call. Need you there immediately. Jerry Emmons and Connor Statler, a pair of A-stock automatic, 396 big block powered, 69 Camaros. And just as we saw in the first round, 2 cars in the same class means this is a heads-up, first one to the finish line wins drag race. No breakout. This is all about who makes the most power. And Connor Statler with problems right off the starting line, pulls over by the wall. Jerry Emmons 007 on this end, goes 10:25 at only 95 miles an hour. So we're going to have to go out and check on Connor Statler. May need some help getting off the racetrack. When you need every last RPM from your valve train and a horsepower advantage over the competition, choose Jezel Pro Steel Series shaft rockers. They are stiffer, stronger, and as light as their aluminum counterparts. Are you punishing your valve train with 3 kits of nitrous or a pair of giant turbos? No problem. Jezel Pro Steel shaft rockers can take whatever you dish out. For less radical engine combos, Jezel has the best performing aluminum shaft rockers as well. For more information on valve train survival, go to jezel.com. A K&N high-flow air filter will help keep your vehicle running at high efficiency day after day as it protects your engine. K&N's technology allows your engine to breathe all the air that it needs. The original lifetime air filters are easy to clean when it's dirty, and it never needs replacing. K&N, it's like having a new air filter in your car every day. These filters are handmade in the USA, and you can find out more online at knfilters.com. So Sportsman Motorcycle, round number 2, Vince McCullough and Derek Dory to lead us off. Derek over on the right-hand side, dialed 888, 933, the number for McCullough. Ooh, Vince turns it red big time. Left before the tree completely dropped. Derek Dory was 005 on this end of the racetrack. Goes 884, 146. Chris Theodoridis and Ricky K, your next pair. Ricky throws an 879 up on the O'Reilly side of the racetrack. Chris at 755. Attention the pits, final call. Tom Thorpe Transport's Top Dragster, round 2. Final call. Tom Thorpe Transport's Top Dragster, round 2. If you are not in the lanes, you are late, late, late. Ricky K, 003 red. Chris Theodoridis goes 842 at 180 miles an hour out the back door. Robert Sanders and Tony Davis, your next pair. Tony going to get about a 0.4 of a second head start. 832 the dial, 795 for Robert. 2 more pairs, and then Top Dragster round 2 is going to roll out underneath the tower. Robert Sanders, 14 up front and left second. Tony Davis was oh, baby. Hide the sharp objects in Tony Davis's pit area. He's 008. Gets there a 10th ahead of Robert Sanders and goes under by about 0.04 of a second. 828 on the 832 dial. Robert Sanders, 14 up front, goes 802 on a 795. And he is going to be banging his head against the side of the trailer when he gets back and takes a look at that time slip. Corey Ellie, Michael Matthews, your next pair. Corey trying to go 1084 on the left side. 806 for Michael. Both of them get away clean and green. And smoke out of Michael Matthews' machine. Oh my. Corey Ellie, 49 at the tree. Had about 200 advantage. Gets down there by almost a full second and goes under. 1077 on a 1084. Michael Matthews slows to an 895. You saw the smoke coming out of the back of the motorcycle. But he turns on the wind light and will move on. Beware of low-flying wrenches in Corey Ellie's pit area. Get your race car ready for the track. Or do you have things around the house, shop, or ranch that need welded? Look no further. Weld it with Lincoln Welders. Lincoln Electric is your choice when it comes to welding, cutting equipment, and safety apparel. Go to LincolnElectric.com or stop by Lincoln Electric's Midway display for more information. Remember to hashtag WeldRed with all of your projects. Every day, Lunati lives up to its billing as the racer's company. For almost 5 decades, Lunati staff has been providing superior race products backed by professional support. Utilizing race-winning technology, quality, and craftsmanship, every Lunati part is tailor-made with the racer in mind to produce max horsepower, torque, and reliability. Lunati's tech support team is ready to help you choose the best valve train, crankshaft, and rods for your race car or street machine. Call Lunati today at 662-892-1500 or visit LunatiPower.com for more information. Attention the pits, Comp Eliminator, Comp Eliminator, we need you back to the lanes. Comp Eliminator, we need you back to the lanes. Comp, need you now. We want to thank everyone again for joining us out here at Houston Raceway Park today. It's been a solid day of racing so far. A lot of action left to go. So thank you again on behalf of the NHRA and Lucas Oil for joining us at Houston Raceway Park or tuning in on the live stream. One more time, attention to the pits. Comp Eliminator, Comp Eliminator, we need you now. Comp Eliminator, we need you in the lanes now. Attention to the pits. Sinead Machine, Top Sportsman, we need you as well. Sinead Machine, Top Sportsman, we need you as well. So Comp and Top Sportsman, Comp Eliminator and Top Sportsman need you in the lanes. So Tom Thorpe Transport's top dragster. Second round of eliminations rolls through the water box. Ross Larice, Baby Larice, Grandpa Larice. He answers all of them. Larice Motorsports Insurance, one of our great sponsors down here in Division 4 and across the country in all 7 divisions. The Perfect Package and Best Package Awards. Your number 1 qualifier went 6'10" with a 2. Getting a bye run into round number 3 of eliminations. So we got just a second here before we get back to action. MagnaFuel Products, the leader in racing fuel systems, provides the highest quality CNC machine to fuel pumps and pressure regulators on the market today. MagnaFuel leads the industry with their ProStar, QuickStar, and Pro Tuner Series products. Street to all-out race cars or anything in between, MagnaFuel has a system to meet your every need. MagnaFuel is always expanding our extensive line of products, so check out our new products online. MagnaFuel products have been fueling champions for nearly 30 years. For professional quality at competitive pricing, choose MagnaFuel products. Visit us on the web at magnafuel.com. Keep your fuel moving forward with MagnaFuel. Tired of the same old grind? The revolutionary True Start Starter by Mazir Enterprises is the right way to upgrade the starting system on your race car. The superior design includes gear reduction engineered for efficiency. a motor specifically selected for 20 to 50% more power and larger internal components for longevity. Its compact design is a full pound lighter than comparable starters. For reliable starting power, choose Mazier Enterprises. Visit our website at www.mazier.com. Attention in the pits one more time. We need top sportsmen. Shenandoah Machine, top sportsmen. We need you in the lanes now for round number 2. Top sportsmen. We need you in the lanes right now. Street, strip, truck, or off-road, Mickey Thompson makes tires and wheels for all your high-performance needs. And the best thing about owning a set is that when you do, you become a part of the Mickey Thompson legend, and that is an honor. Check out all of our tires and wheels at MickeyThompsonTires.com. With our new Buy It Now feature, you can shop online, compare tire and wheel prices from top performance dealers, and quickly get them to your doorstep with just a few simple clicks. Mickey Thompson, be a part of the legend. So, ready to go. Back into Tom Thorpe Transport's Top Dragster Round 2. Baby Larice soloed his way into the next round. Darian Bosch and Mike Burns. Going to be the first pair of the round. Burns over on the right-hand side. 6:24 is the dial. 0.08 of a second head start. Going to Mike. Darian puts a 6:16 up on the summit board. Final call comp eliminators should have all of you back in the lanes. If you are not there, you are very, very late. Shenandoah Machine Top Sportsman, final call for you as well. Shenandoah Machine Top Sportsman, need you in the lanes ASAP. Quick, fast, in a hurry. Clean and green. Whop, 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 double breakout. You heard him whopping the throttle on the big end. 6:14 with an 8 for Darian. He's under by 12 thou. Mike Burns, 6:22 with a 2, under by 18 thou. Darian closer to his dial, so he'll move on to the next round as J.R. Baxter and Holden Larice come up. Holden hoping to join his dad in round number 2 over on the right-hand side. Greatly appreciate Larice Motorsports Insurance jumping on board this season for the Best Package and Perfect Run Awards. And Holden's going to spot JR 0.05 of a second. JR trying to go 6:15, Holden at 6:10. And a win light going to go to JR. He had 15. JR was 30 up front. Holden was 0.45. Holden got there first by 6 thou and under by 4 thou. He had a 0.02 of a second window to make it happen. Couldn't get it done. JR, 30 up front, goes 1 over with a 7 for the win. Michael Kyle and Chance Bullock, your next two. Kyle, the centrifugally supercharged Rare Morrison powered dragster over on the left-hand side. Chance getting 0.2 of a second head start in the nitrous car. TNT Supercar chassis machine. Green Racing, BRC Builders. Along for the ride. Last and final call, Shenandoah Machine Top Sportsman. Shenandoah Machine Top Sportsman, last and final call. Need you in the lanes now. Michael Kyle's car doing a little moving around about the 330. Oh, big puff of smoke down at the top end for Michael Kyle. Chance Bullock was 008 and one over with a 9, 27 total for the win. Michael Kyle was 21 up front, 2 over 1. We're going to give the racetrack a quick once-over before we send D. Cruz and Jessica Ogden down. We saw the big puff out of Michael Kyle's machine down there as he got to the quarter-mile stripe. Attention to the pits. JC3 Energy Services. Super Comp, round 2. We need you to the lanes. Super Comp, brought to you by JC3 Energy Services. Need you to the lanes, please, for round number 2. And once again, Top Sportsman, you should be there. Top Sportsman, you should be in the lanes. This is your very last and final call for round 2. For over 30 years, RacePack has been the leader in data acquisition and racing instrumentation. From Top Fuel to Sportsman Racing, RacePack has you covered. In addition to RacePack's line of dedicated data loggers, RacePack's new IQ3 drag logger dash combines a data logger and drag instrumentation in one compact package. The Drag Smart Wire is the perfect power distribution system and wiring solution for your drag car. And we've got a virtual dash app that streams your dash data to a tablet or phone, letting your crew monitor your car's vital signs in the pits and on the starting line. Get control of your data quickly and easily with RacePack's entire line of performance products. Check us out on the web at racepack.com. Larice Motorsports Insurance offers racers broad packaged insurance policies that don't leave gaps in coverage. We offer affordable on- and off-track coverage for racers, and starting in 2023, the Perfect Run and Best Package programs, along with our contingency program. You spend money on insurance to get to the track already. Now collect money when you win. Visit them online at LariceMotorsportsInsurance.com or scan the barcode on the banners here at the track. So we get the all clear from the top end. Jessica Ogden and D. Cruz bring them back to life. There's D. And there's Jessica. 8.5 tenths head start going to Jessica, the naturally aspirated car on the Summit side of the racetrack. She puts a 695 up on the board. D. Cruz dialing the very bottom number you can put on the dial-in board here in Top Dragster, 610. 521 cubic inch screw-blown Brad Anderson Hemi sitting behind D's head. Final 2 pairs in round number 2 of Tom Thorpe Transport's Top Dragster. Green for both of them. Top end of the racetrack. Win light, Jessica Ogden. 26 at the tree. 3 over with a 1. D. Cruz was 33 up front. 4 over 6. 242 miles an hour. Out the back door for D. Cruz. And your final 2 going to be David Bills and Jim Thorpe. And Jim, the owner and operator of Tom Thorpe Transports, the great sponsor for Top Dragster here in D4 competition. He's dialed 610, just like D. Cruz in front of him. And David Bills dialed 695, just like Jessica Ogden. So 2 pairs were left side of the track dialed 695, right side at 610. Jim Thorpe's car, a little tail wag out there at half track. He goes dead one. 34 up front, dead one. David Bills, 10 up front, one over with an 8. How about 7 thousandths of a second margin of victory at the finish line? And David Bills, who was your winner in Belle Rose at the first race of the year, and he still has not lost a round this year. Attention to the pits. Top sportsman, final call. Top sportsman, final call. I think we got 2 cars in the lanes. We need all of you in the lanes right now. And I just realized my screen's frozen. Now it's working, and there's still only 2 cars there. Top sportsman, final call. Need you in the lanes now. Super Comp, we need you as well. Super Comp, we need you right now. Super Comp, round 2, we need you now. That's Kevin Douay with the 8th mile burnout in the A Nostalgia car. Monty Bogan just sitting there drumming his fingers, waiting on Kevin to back up, get a little bit closer to the starting line. Comp Eliminator round number 2. So Monty Bogan, the H Supermod Automatic 3rd Gen Camaro, owned by Lee Sharp, was your winner in Belle Rose. Wanted to keep it rolling here in Houston. He's going to have almost 2 full seconds head start before Kevin Douay turns that nostalgia car loose and tries to track him down top end of the racetrack. Monty was your number 16 qualifier. He went 63 under. He went 884 twice in qualifying. Kevin Douay was 67 under his index with a 682. He's coming out of the number 8 spot. So Monty's pre-staged. Kevin bringing that alcohol-burning nostalgia car into the beams, the O'Reilly side of the racetrack. Again, Comp Eliminator. If you go 51 under your index or better and win your round, you do incur a penalty to your index in the next round of eliminations. But first one to the finish line is going to win. Green light, Monty. Green light, Kevin. Nostalgia car closing really, really quickly. Top end. Win light going to go to Monty Bogan. 881. $65 under. So Monty takes a lot of index right there. 932. Going to be his number in the next round. Kevin Douay, 688.9, 190 miles an hour. But no good. As Taylor and Mahi, a pair of Altereds coming at you next. The B Altered automatic car on the left-hand side for J&A Services. Nickens and Whiteley Racing, the 4-time world champ. Jeff Taylor, a professional sportsman racer. And he's going to spot Keith Mahi. The F Altered index of 861 for Keith. 300 cubic inch small block, pushing that thing down the racetrack. He was 60 under in qualifying. And Keith turns it red. Jeff Taylor. Oh, no! Keith Mahi sideways at the top end, gets into the wall on the left side. Great driving job by Jeff Taylor to avoid him. But Keith Mahi gets into the wall, and the safety safari is rolling to check on Keith. And we will keep you updated as soon as we know more. Hey, guys, unless you're associated with the Mahi camp, do not go down there. Do not crowd the top end of the racetrack unless you are associated with the Mahi camp. And we have received word that Keith Mahi is communicating with the safety safari. And he has indicated to them he has indicated to the safety safari that he is okay. Kind of strange how that shook out. Keith was seemingly off the throttle down there, and the car just made a hard left turn in front of Jeff Taylor. Jeff with a great driving job to avoid Keith. He slid from right to left and impacted the left side retaining wall. But obviously we're going to be down for just a little bit here. But as always, the important thing, Keith is okay. In his own words. Summit Racing Equipment, the official high-performance source of the NHRA and proud sponsor of the Summit Racing Series and the Summit Racing Junior Drag Racing League, is celebrating its 55th anniversary as the world's speed shop. Winning takes work. Getting parts is easy at summitracing.com. Shop anytime, anywhere with the Summit Racing app. Get more bang for your buck at summitracing.com. Choose from millions of in-stock parts from 1,500-plus name brands, parts for racing, street performance, trucks, trailers, tools, accessories, and more. Hey, racers, listen up. We're about 5 minutes away, maybe less, from getting back to action, so might want to go ahead and get suited up and get back in your cars. Again, we're about 5 minutes away from firing the next pair. The work on the top end is coming to a close. All right, guys, 2-minute warning, 2-minute warning. If you are not already loaded up and in your car, please make your way over to your vehicle and do so. 2 minutes before we fire the next pair. Sunoco race fuels are refined to meet every racer's needs. Consistent quality means reliability for all motorsports applications. For more information on Sunoco's complete line of quality racing gasolines or to locate a dealer near you, check out their fuel finder at racegas.com or call 1-800-RACEGAS. For more than 50 years, TCI Automotive has been helping customers put the power to the street and strip. Engineered by a staff of devoted drivetrain experts and made from top-of-the-line materials, TCI's transmissions, converters, and shifters go through a rigorous triple testing process to ensure that every component lives up to the company's highest standards. Trusted by more drag racers than any other brand, TCI will get you off the line faster and keep you more consistent from run to run. For specific drivetrain help for your application, call your toll-free TransHelp Tech line at 1-888-776-9824 or visit us online at tciauto.com. For nearly 50 years, VP Racing Fuels has powered more race winners than any brand worldwide. VP's experts design more than 70 proprietary racing fuel blends, and in addition, we engineer custom blends as well. VP is the world leader in fuel technology. VP propelled legend Dan Fletcher to his 100th NHRA win, drove NASCAR Hall of Famer Ray Evernham to victory at Pikes Peak, and launched Reese Millen to multiple championships in drifting and rallying. Furthermore, VP Fuels were instrumental in leading both Vaughn Gitten's championship triumphs in drifting as well, and Bent Lungdahl and Michael Malmgren in FIA Pro Stock, just to name a few. In every form of racing on Earth, VP's Racing Fuel is making power for winners. Have a question about our fuels or want to browse our master fuel tables? Go to www.vpracingfuels.com. But the long and short of it is, in Comp Eliminator, creativity, innovation is highly encouraged. And there are basically a limitless number of combinations that you can run. Anything from 4 cylinders to supercharged V8s burning alcohol, gasoline, turbo cars, nitrous if you want to run a Pro mod. And if you come up with a new combination that doesn't exist within the confines of Competition Eliminator, all you have to do is talk to the tech department, and if they deem it appropriate for the class, they will create a class for you. Hey, guys, if you are not part of the track crew, you cannot be on the racetrack right now. If you are not part of the track crew, you cannot be on the racetrack right now. So work on the racetrack still ongoing. Hopefully we'll be able to get back to Comp Eliminator round number 2 pretty quickly. Trusted expertise for managing your race team's risks. That is what CCR Motorsports Insurance is known for. Our mission is to reduce your financial and legal concerns with excellent products and an unbeatable team of customer-focused experts so that you can concentrate on what matters most, racing. Providing economic safety and security for your race team. In the pursuit of speed comes a number of risk exposures that are specific to the modern motorsports industry, risks that CCR Motorsports Insurance is well prepared to address. Look us up on the internet. Search for CCR Motorsports Insurance or go to www.ccrins.com. What's the most important part of your racing program? It's your finger on the button. Shouldn't that finger be as clean as possible? Double O Green hand cleaning products are formulated to keep you winning. Remember, be Double O and take Double O with Double O Green hand cleaner. Get clean and get paid. Double O Green soap products pay contingency at all NHRA divisional events. Stop by the display in the comp pits at this event or visit the website, ambeampersand.com. If you're in the market for a specialized motor vehicle, trailer, or enclosure, make Clegg Industries your first call. Based out of Victoria, Texas, Clegg Industries has over 50 years of history supplying the Department of Defense, aerospace industry, and many other satisfied customers across the globe. Stop by the pits today or visit online at cleggind.com to learn more. If you're in the Denver area and find yourself on the side of the road, pick up the phone and give Harlan Towing a call. With 50-plus years of history, Harlan Towing is owned and operated by Comp Eliminator racer Clinton F. If you're in need of towing and recovery services in the Denver area, just remember, I-70 and Harlan Towing Company are here to help. Give us a call today. Triple H Structural Steel Covers has been building custom carports, patio covers, RV covers, boat covers, commercial covers of all types for over 30 years. If it needs a cover, we can build it. All of our covers are built to last and exceed the Texas and Louisiana windstorm code of 150 miles per hour. Our covers have survived many high wind storms. We proudly service Southeast Texas and Southwestern Louisiana. Call 281-303-8500 for a free quote. Check out our Facebook at Triple H Covers and on the web, TripleHStructuralSteelCovers.com. Emmons Autoplex has been a family-owned and operated business since 1972 and has become one of the largest, most popular, independently owned dealerships in the Webster, Clear Lake, Galveston, Dickinson, and Houston area. We have over 700 vehicles in stock, catering to practically every member of the family. If you are only looking to sell your vehicle, we will beat any written offer by $300. Our facility also provides a state-of-the-art service department and collision center. We are your one-stop shop when it comes to buying, selling, or repairing your vehicle. Visit EmmonsAutoplex.com today. The RoofTech D4 Comp Eliminator Bonus Fund was born and bred in the heart of the NHRA South Central Division to preserve one of the most diverse categories in drag racing. The special program delivers over $350,000 in cash payouts and benefits to the participants in the series. All Comp Eliminator racers are eligible to compete, and you don't even have to claim D4 as your home division. You too can be a sponsor of the RoofTech D4 Comp Eliminator Bonus Fund with sponsorship benefits including public relations exposure and added advertising. Best of all, it's a tax write-off. So as you're wandering through the pits, check out the unique and innovative cars of Comp Eliminator and join us in cheering for the competitors in the RoofTech D4 Comp Eliminator Bonus Fund. Okay, David, you got your wish. Oink, oink. All right, guys, so the maintenance on track was due to seeping issues due to the weather that we have had leading up to this event, and the track is still, unfortunately, intermittently having those water seepage issues. So as of now, what we're going to do is we are done for the night, and we are going to start at 8 a.m. tomorrow morning. There will be a revised schedule posted on the Division 4 Facebook page, and we will pick this up first thing tomorrow morning and do everything in our power to get this event completed. This is not a decision that anybody wanted to have to make, but the decision was made in the interest of racer safety, and nobody wants to send anybody down a racetrack unless we know it's 100% safe, and that's not a guarantee that we can make right now. So we are done for the night. You can put your cars away, crack open a beer, whatever you want to do. I want to let everybody know how much NHRA and Lucas Oil appreciate you guys for coming out here today, and everybody watching on the live stream. Thank you all very much for tuning in, and we will be back tomorrow morning, 8 a.m. sharp. Keep an eye out on the Facebook page for the updated schedule, and whoever is first up, have them ready. Be in the lanes at the first call. Guys, I want to stress this so much. We all want to get this race done incredibly badly, with this being the final divisional here at Houston Raceway Park. So when I call you to the lanes tomorrow morning, please do not dilly-dally, do not pass go, do not collect $200. Just go straight to the staging lanes on the first call. Have them ready to go. Work with us. We're going to be very rushed tomorrow morning, but we are going to do everything that we possibly can to get this race in. So, again, thank you to everyone for tuning in on the live stream and everybody for joining us out here today. And we'll see you in the morning. Everybody have a safe night.